Recording in progress.
Before we start, may I please remind everyone to change your names into the required format. That is your municipality name underscore your full name. A pleasant Tuesday morning, everyone. This is Krista Kyla Tionco from the Capacity Development Division, and I will be your facilitator for this entire virtual learning session. Before we start, may I ask our Zoom participants to please give me a quick thumbs up just to be certain that you can hear me crystal clear. Thank you so much for your responses. To start, let us begin with an opening prayer. Let us put ourselves in the holy presence of God. Dear Almighty and ever loving God, we glorify and thank Thee, your name. You have showered us with so much blessings, and your presence continuously reminds us of your faithfulness and guidance. With this, we humbly ask you to shower our speaker today of your greatest inspiration so that he may share the most of his knowledge, heart, and soul to his respective topic. May we also absorb the invaluable knowledge, experiences, and put it into practice what we may learn today. We pray that you may bless all the committees in charge so that may be able to fulfill their tasks responsibly, that the objectives that they have set may all be achieved. Your infinite blessing was me the success of this training. May we be a living witness of your genuine love through the enactment of the knowledge acquired through this activity. We ask this in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Okay, once again, this is your facilitator, Krista Calationco, and welcome to the second day of the online training for the Municipal Local Government Units on Government Procurement Reform Act, or the Republic Act number 9184 in 2016, revised implementing rules and regulations brought to you by none other than the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office. Alam kong excited na po tayong lahat to listen and engage with our speaker, but before that, we will be having another Pampagana before we proceed to our lecture. Please, if you can, please open your cameras and let's dance.
All right. This was nice and fun. We had fun putting it together. I have Nishi here with me. Let's go. Tap. Clap, clap. Open. Good. All right, we're going to keep the hands the same. We're going to change the feet. Take it out. 4. Good, good. Open. All right, we're going to have us change here. Rock. Good. Up, then down. Rock. Up, down. Shine. Good. Nice and smooth. Rock it out. And up. We're going to start from the top. Good. Once again, we're going to change that leg motion to open and close. Open. Good. Nice and strong. All right. We're going to rock it out. Take it up. Up and down. Rock. Good. Shine. Rock it out. Up. We're going to have a change here. Roll it over. Good. Roll. Shine. Rock it out. Good. Here we go. Stop it. Stomp that foot. Keep it going. All right, we're going to have that gentle sway from the top. Good. Nice and easy. We're going to let it shine up and over. 4. awesome.
Thank you po mga moms and sirs na sumali. Nadami ko pong nakita mga sumasayaw. I hope po natuwa yung ating mga army na mga participants at mga sumali sa ating energizer na Zumba. At mukhang game na po at tayo at excited to formally start with our program. So before we dive into the actual lecture proper, allow me to announce the early bird awardees for today. Okay, congratulations to our early bird winners from LGU Balete, Mr. Kenneth Diaz, and from LGU Nasugbu, Batangas, Miss Laarni P. Bernardo. We commend our early bird participants kasi they really took the time and effort to join our program early, despite the fact na sobrang busy. Joining the event early is a sign na we are taking this training seriously. So ayan, congratulations again, moms and sirs. Our event secretary shall coordinate with you on how you may claim your special token within the course of our program. Also, for our today's session, don't forget to register your attendance through the Google form link to be provided by our event secretariat through the Zoom chat box. I cannot stress this enough. Please double check your entries as the completion of these requirements will be crucial for your event certificate. All right. So also for our Facebook Live viewers from the municipalities, registration is still open for batches 9 and 10. The links will be available in the Zoom chat box and in the Facebook comment section. Should you have other kakilala or mga kababayan from the municipalities, they can also join for our batches 9 and 10. So moving along, just a quick recap of yesterday's learning activity. We had a very productive session on Government Procurement 101, including the principles of government procurement, key concepts, as well as the different procurement organizations and the legal indemnification package for the back. We also had an in-depth discussion on the efficient procurement measures, simplified posting and electronic submission of procurement reports, updates and innovations. This is led, of course, by our resource speaker, Ms. Leslie Canyafranca of the DILG. At this point, we'll be having another exciting, insightful, and surely productive learning session. This time, our topic will be on procurement planning and budget linkage, including early procurement activities. So I think we're all ready to go straight ahead with the meat of this virtual event, and that is our lecture proper. And we would like to assure you that we have invited the best of our GPPB recognized trainers. So with that, it is with pride and honor for me to introduce to you this session's resource speaker. Our speaker for today describes himself as goal-oriented and as one who values family and work. He exemplified this description as he graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Accountancy from the Ateneo de Zamboanga University and a Bachelor of Laws from the Western Mindanao State University. Joining us today, the Regional Director of the Department of Budget and Management, Regional Office 9, and a GPPB recognized trainer. Please welcome Dr. Mark Louis C. Martin. Hi, sir. Good morning po.
Good morning and thank you for that kind introduction, Ma'am Kayla. No? Buenos dias a todos, to our municipalities, participants coming from different municipalities and even cities, no? Meron bang cities, no? And of course, other also to the staff of the GPPTSO who made this activity possible. No? Buenos dias, good morning. Maayong buntag, maulan na umaga dito sa amin. May muulan ngayon. No? So, I will be your resource person this whole morning session, no? And I will be discussing to you procurement planning. So I believe yesterday you had I think a very informative session, no? Nung inyong pong topic on Procurement 101. No? Well, as important as yung pong provisions, general provisions of the law, no? Yung pong basic concepts of Republic Act 9184 and its revised IRR. Equally important is ito pong procurement planning, no? Perhaps this is one of the most neglected areas in our procurement system because yun nga, ito ay the usual that the procuring entities would do is just to copy their plan in the previous years and then for purposes of coming up with a budget, because later on you would know that the procurement plan is an input to the or is a supporting document to your budget proposals. So some, or if not all, procuring entities take procurement planning lightly, and somehow they encounter problems during the conduct of procurement activities, as well as comes implementation, yung actual execution of the procurement projects. Anyway, sige, let me share first my slide. No? Kalimutan ko pala mag-share. Okay. By the way, we will have some breaks in between. No? I will just give the cue para at least hindi naman tayo ma-board. Kasi baka ma-board na kayo sa katitingin sa screen. No? We'll have mga short breaks later. Bio break ang tawag doon, or screen break. And then, meron din tayong tinatawag na knowledge check. And I hope you will participate during our knowledge check. Okay, this is the knowledge check is one way of knowing if you really was able to grasp the important points, particularly in this topic, procurement planning. Okay, see, let me first share my slides. Okay. Ayan, no? Just to confirm lang, Ma'am Kyla, kung nakikita niyo na po ba sa screen yung pong slides?
Yes, sir. We can
Yan,
see
thank
it
you po.
clearly.
So far yung audio, okay naman, ma'am, no?
Yes po.
Yan, sige. We are now ready for this topic, no? So again, magandang umaga. And this will be the outline of my presentation, no? We will discuss yung pong module objectives, of course, ano yung expectations natin once we are done with this topic, no, on procurement planning. And then we'll discuss some concepts of procurement planning. Also, yung pong plan and budget linkage, no? This is where we dovetail our procurement process with that of the budget cycle. So titingnan natin yan later kung saan ba siya pumapasok. Kasi as I've mentioned earlier that our procurement plans are important input to our budget proposals. And then let's discuss also yung pong conduct of market study. Ito kasing output on the conduct of market study is very useful as input to our procurement planning efforts. Okay, so kailangan nating malaman paano ba, saan ba, or where do we source our information insofar as the conduct of the market study. And then we will look into the different components of the project procurement management plan, no? How is this being prepared? Who prepares this? No? What are the information that we are required to supply? And then the annual procurement plan, no? Which is a mere consolidation of our project procurement management plan. Okay, this is a one-year perspective plan of the procuring entity. So it will cover all types of procurement. And then yung number 7 and number 8, although these are not really part of procurement planning, but we will discuss this because these are important these are important or essential reform to our procurement system. No? The national government is already adopting this early procurement regime. No? And we hope that LGUs will also adopt this same measure because it will facilitate further and streamline yung pong ating pong procurement process, as well as yung pong it will help in the efficient implementation of programs, projects, and activities. Okay, so we will discuss more on that later. Okay, yeah. So this will be our module objectives. No, by the end of the session, of course, we will expect, and you will also expect, that you will be able to apply and incorporate yung fundamentals of procurement planning. And then, yung market research or market study that I've mentioned, no, as part doon sa ating pong outline, and then identify what are the relevant procurement projects with proper budget allocation within the given timeline. So, yun lang man talaga yung pinaka-important, no? That we will be able to come up later on with our procurement plan. A procurement plan that is diligently, meticulously, and judiciously prepared. No? Hindi yung just for the purpose of compliance. No? Kasi nakalagay sa Section 7 na kailangan nating gumawa ng procurement plan. Otherwise, our procurement, if not in accordance with an approved procurement plan, will be eligible for COA audit findings, no? Or even disallowances. Kaya kailangan nating alamin kung ano yung paano gumawa rather ng ating pong mga procurement plan. Okay? Sige, no? Take note that procurement planning is a process, no? Tandaan po natin, no? Procurement planning is a process of identifying, no? Dito sa kasi plan siya eh. So we identify, it's a process where we identify which project needs. O tayo kasi as procuring entity, meron tayong mga needs, no? So a process of identifying which project needs can be best met by procuring products and services, no, within the project organization. So it is basically a process where we identify kung ano ba yung pangailangan, and thereafter we procure itong pangailangan ng procurement organization. Okay? Ganun po ang ibig sabihin ng procurement planning. Okay? So as I've mentioned that again, perhaps one of the most neglected area in our procurement system is ito pong procurement planning. Kasi nga, if you look at the rules, kukunti lang po yung nakasulat on procurement planning. Sinasabi lang dun, gagawa tayo ng procurement plan. But ano ba yung mga ilalagay natin doon sa procurement plans, yun yung medyo binibigyan tayo ng discretion. Kasi nga, iba-ibang agency or iba-ibang procuring entities have their own needs, no? So kaya nga binibigyan tayo ng flexibility kasi tayo dapat mag-identify, no? So wala masyadong nasusulat doon. It's just that when we conduct our procurement, it must be in accordance with an approved procurement plan. And so therefore, we need to come up a procurement plan. Okay? So I would want that once we end the session, lahat tayo na participants, alam natin kung ano yung output, no, or expected output during our procurement planning efforts, which is our project procurement management plan and the annual procurement plan. And I hope hindi na siya yung procurement plan na haphazardly done or just for the purpose of compliance, but one that is really complies with the requirement of the rules that our procurement plan should be meticulously and judiciously prepared. Okay? Yeah. So I would want first, no, before we dig in really on procurement planning, we define first, no, what is procurement. Siguro I think na-define na ito kahapon ng inyo pong resource person. No? Yung legal definition is, it is a the acquisition, no, of goods and services, consultancy services, and contracting out of infrastructure projects. Yun yung pinaka-legal definition niya, nasa Section 5 yan. But a more pragmatic definition in relation to our procurement planning topic is this, no? It is a process of selecting services from a supplier who fits best the need. So, well, yung pong select or the ng ating pong mga supplier ay part po talaga yan ng procurement. But I would want to kumbaga magre-refocus tayo. Kasi yung suppliers nandyan lang, yung mga bidders natin ay nandyan. We have specific rules like public bidding as well as alternative methods of procurement na po pwede natin gamitin when we conduct our procurement activities. But the question is, before the conduct of procurement, how were we able to identify the needs of the unit or the procuring entity? Yung need that will really suit that unit in accordance to the mandate or to the deliverables of that particular unit. So ito yung gusto kong emphasize. Yung pong statement na that fits best the need. So meaning to say, this is where we focus. Yung pong pag-identify ng needs as procuring entities. Okay. Kasi yung sabi ko nga, yung pag-conduct ng bidding, that is already provided for under the rules. Kaya nga it is a process. Yung process would refer to our rules of procurement. Okay? So it would refer to our rules on procurement. Okay? Pangalawa, also is it includes a process of selecting products again, no? And services that will provide value for money, or ito yung tinatawag na operational efficiency. Because as procuring entities or as government office, we don't have so much funding. We don't have the luxury of resources. So we have a very limited, resources, and we need to devote these resources to yung pong that will benefit yung pong organization as well as its constituents. No? So kaya nga sinasabi, no, for purposes of budgeting, no, yung iyo pong kwenta ay may kwento, hindi yung walang kakwenta-kwenta yung kwento. No? Yung kwenta, no, yung binadget mo, no, kumaga every peso counts. Ibig sabihin, yung kwenta may kwento, may pinuntahan. Okay? So, yun po ibig sabihin ng value for money. Okay? So, this is a more pragmatic definition on procurement. Okay? Now, who are the players in procurement planning? Of course, no, you discussed this yesterday. I would think, no, ito yung mga actors in procurement. But for purposes of procurement planning, ganun pa rin, kayo-kayo pa rin yun, no? Sino-sino ba? Si Hope, no? Siya pong taga-approve ng annual procurement or supplemental procurement plan. Si Bids and Awards Committee along with the Secretariat, no? Sila po yung nagko-consolidate ng inyong procurement plans and then thereafter recommend the procurement plans to the Hope, no? And then of course the end user, no? Pinakamabigat na role in so far as procurement planning is kay end user. Kasi the end user is identify the specific needs of the specific needs of that unit as well as yung buong organization. Sila po yung nagpo-provide ng detalye and so far as the specification, scope of work and terms of preference, as well as yung pong estimate ng ating pong budget. No? So very important yung role ni end user. Sila po ang pinanggagalingan ng lahat ng ating pong to be included in the annual in our procurement plans rather, no? PPMP, Project Procurement Management Plan, as well as the annual procurement plan. Okay. Now, the technical working group, on the other hand, is a unit created, no, or created by under the Bids and Awards Committee for the purpose of helping the back in reviewing the text specs, yun, yung mga detalles, no? And then, yung pong other terms and conditions on the procurement transaction, sila po yung tumutulong. No? Hindi po ito yung TWG na taong walang ginagawa. Okay? Marami pong ginagawa ang technical working group. No? Kaya nga tinatawag silang tao wagas kung gumawa. Ayan. And then of course, si budget office. No? You might notice, bakit nandiyan si budget office? Sabi ko nga kanina, our procurement plans for purposes of budgeting, no? Included siya doon sa mga documentary requirements that will support the budget proposal. And therefore, this is an important document that we need to formulate. And dinadaan natin yung atin pong project procurement management plan sa budget office for purposes of checking consistency. Hindi naman ina-approve ni budget office or ni budget officer yung pong ating procurement plan. It's not the budget office or budget officer who approves procurement plans. It's the who, no? So dinadaan lang yan doon to check whether consistent ba siya with our budget levels. Kasi nga, we prepare our budget proposal, certain levels lang binibigay kada office or department, no? So, bago mag-submit or as part of the submission rather of the budget proposals of the departments, ini-include natin yung procurement plans. It will basically support our budget proposal. So, chine-check yun ni budget office kung consistent ba siya doon sa budget levels. If it's consistent, then a copy of which will be given to the BAC, and the BAC will consolidate the annual procurement plan. Okay? So, anyway, later on, we will know further more on that. Okay. Yan. So ito po yung ating Philippine procurement paradigm. Okay. So nandyan po there are 4 quadrants, no, yung identify, assess, procure, and implement. Identify, this is where kumbaga ito yung simula nung atin pong efforts on procurement planning. So nanggagaling po siya kay end user. Si end user po ang involved, no, diyan sa quadrant 1. So yung pag-conduct ng cost benefit, feasibility, market study, this is to be done by the end user unit. Sila po yung kumbaga nagbibigay ng preliminary information. Okay? So, and then yung assessment, this is where the Bids and Awards Committee would come in. Kasi dito, the BAC will, evaluate or check kung yung nilagay ba ni end user ay within sa priorities. Second, if ito bang mga items to be procured by the end users can be merged, no? So pwedeng mag-strategize si Bids and Awards Committee kasi take note ang magiging output nila will be the annual procurement plan of the entire organization na. So titingnan nila on how they can strategize, no, to strategize to further, streamline the procurement activities thereafter. Kasi mahirap naman kung 'di ba, kung lahat na lang isa-isahin mong i-procure rather. Mahirap naman. So you need to package it. Kasi nga, yung trabaho ng Bids and Awards Committee is an added function. Additional functions. So hindi naman yan yung regular function ni Bids and Awards Committee. And therefore, kailangan niyang mag-strategize. So consolidate niya and then determine kung yung mga periods or timelines that initially that will be used for purposes of the conduct of procurement activities. Okay, and then yung procurement is just 25%, no, of the Philippine procurement paradigm. Yan yung paggamit ng rules natin on alternative methods of procurement at saka public bidding. Okay, so nandyan po yung from posting until awarding. And then implementation is, this is where our bidders, no, will already deliver the goods and services or execute procurement, infrastructure projects, or yung mga civil works, okay? And of course the payment. Now, so again, no, if you look at the paradigm, we start with needs analysis, and it will end with needs satisfaction. So, makikita natin dito yung buong stages on the procurement. Okay. We have the procurement plan, which covers quadrant 1 and quadrant 2. Yung actual conduct of procurement, okay, which is nasa quadrant 3, and yung sa quadrant 4, that is on procurement monitoring. Okay. So that's our Philippine procurement paradigm. Babalik-balikan po natin to as we go along with our discussion. Okay. Yeah. So if you look at, just to share to you, ito yung result nung pong Agency Procurement Compliance and Performance Indicator System. Yung pong APCPI na tinatawag. Yung APCPI, I don't know if you as an LGU are already using this, no? But this is a system, this is a tool rather, which can be used. No? This was already authorized by the GPPB for purposes of knowing the procurement practices of the agencies or the procuring entities. So meron po siyang mga indicators doon. Okay, saan magsuscore tayo, and then malalaman natin kung saan tayo mataas at saka mababa. So kung saan tayo mababa, that is where we focus. Kasi medyo mahina yung procurement practices natin. Maybe we are not, hindi siya compliant, or we are only substantially compliant with the requirements of the rules. So, and therefore, kailangan natin i-improve yung area na. So, may tool na po na inauthorize si GPPB. No? Ang pinaka-latest version is the 2017. Okay. So, pwede natin gamitin yon for purposes of, knowing our procurement practices, where we are. No? And then from there, kailangan nating mag-improve. Kaya nga meron din siyang portion on procurement capacity development plan. Okay? So, now, nakita doon sa result, no, sa mga participating agencies, no, I think hindi pa kasama ang LGU dito, no, National Government Plan, that yung delays and failures of bidding, bulk of which was attributed to planning. So, makita natin sa slide, no, 50% of which is sa procurement plan. No, yung sa paggawa ng procurement plan, no, ano ba yung mga inputs on procurement plan? Yung estimated budget, no? Yeah. Yung paggawa ng text specs, no? These are inputs sa procurement plan. And of course, yung last is end users late submission of purchase request. Again, it boils down to preparation of procurement plan for purposes of compliance lang. Kasi meaning, si end user, ganito yan ha, sasabihin ko lang sa inyo ito. Hindi ibig sabihin na nasa procurement plan, ay kaagad na bibilhin ni Bids and Awards Committee yon. Si Bids and Awards Committee kasi nagkakandak ng procurement. Kailangan pa, no, it's the end user's approved purchase request that will signal the Bids and Awards Committee to undertake procurement activities. Hindi ibig sabihin na nasa procurement plan, yan na talagang mo. Okay? Tandaan po natin yan. Kasi nga, si BAC will still wait the approved purchase request from the end user. Kasi it's possible, sasabihin ng end user, hindi ko na siya kailangan eh. Hindi ko na siya kailangan. Di ba? So, hindi ko na siya bibilhin. Papalitan ko na siya, gagawa na ako ng supplemental procurement plan. Nako. O, di ba? So, that basically contributed. So, ibig sabihin, kung ganon, it would really imply na hindi talaga nagplano yung unit na yun. Kung ano ba talaga ang pangailangan niya for the year or for the budget year. So, yun. No? Again, part pa rin siya ng planning. Because of that, yung delays and failures would somehow or happen. Okay. So, and all others, medyo hindi na masyado malaki, yung lack of manpower. No? Meron kasing National Budget Circular na in-issue si DBM niya that allows procuring entities to create positions. And even sa LGUs naman, pwede naman kayong mag-create ng procurement units. Okay. And then, inadequate training, yan, 3% na lang. Low number of bidders ito sa mga, siguro sa mga areas, no? Na medyo kukunti yung bidders. Okay. So, yun. And then, especially yung sa mga areas in the isolated, sa mga municipalities, no? Kukunti lang yung bidders noon. And somehow, yung mga bidders din are mga establishments are also, kumaga, like yung back members or si Hope, yun. So, kumaga, disqualified na to participate. No? So, kaya yun, isa sa mga naging problem. Lack of late release ito sa national government. Pero nasa 5% na lang yan. Kasi nga, ang what you see, what you get na yun eh. The General Appropriations Act is considered as the release document once it's being signed by the President. Yung approval of the review process, this accounts for yung mga atin pong state universities and colleges and mga government-owned or controlled corporations. Kasi medyo matagal yung approval process nila. Okay, but again, no? Very identified talaga dito na talagang 50%, no? Nasa around 50% yung that would account for the delays, no, in the and failures of the bidding ay nasa talaga procurement planning. Okay, so kaya yung atin pong i-discuss. So balik tayo doon sa atin pong procurement paradigm. So, doon sa ating procurement paradigm, saan ba natin nakikita yung planning? Yung 50% na yon ay makikita dyan sa quadrant 1 and quadrant 2. So, you can just imagine, 50% yung atin pong cost in the delays and failures is attributed to procurement planning. And if you look at the Philippine procurement paradigm, 50% pala ng ating Philippine procurement paradigm or the procurement paradigm is or would account also to procurement planning. So only 25% of that is for purposes of the use of the rules on procurement, no, in the conduct of our procurement activities. Yung nasa quadrant 3. So ibig sabihin, yung failure pala or delays in the procurement, no? It's not purely it's because of the rules. Sinasabi kasi ng iba, ang hirap, ang tedious ng procurement. Hindi naman po ganun kahirap. No? Kaya nga, simplified na nga yung pong ating rules and somehow, kapag meron pong mga changes sa conditions ng procuring entities, nag-e-evolve po yung ating rules on procurement, di po ba? Kaya nga may ini-issue na mga resolution sa GPPP that will address like yung sa pandemic. So mayroong in-issue na rules sa GPPP. So, it's not really, hindi problema yung rules on how to conduct procurement activities. Yung problem talaga, hindi tayo nag-prepare ahead of time. Hindi natin na-anticipate what are the consequences. Okay? So, if ma-resolve natin yung area na yon, itong 50% na nandito sa gilid, yan pong assess, identify and assess, then, di po tayo mahihirapan pagdating sa number 3. It's just a mere application of the rules. Okay? So, but sad to note that based doon sa result ng ABCPI, nakita that we are really weak on our procurement practices. No? Tandaan po natin that procurement planning is vital to the success or failure of our conduct of procurement activities. Okay. So, very important yun. Kasi kung hindi tayo nakapagplano and then we expect really to fail. Kaya nga sabi nila, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. No? Diba? So, yan. So, ito po yung 50%, that's quadrant 1 and quadrant 2. Yan po yung component ng Philippine procurement paradigm which would refer to procurement planning. So, yan po yung ating dapat alamin. Okay? So, what do you mean by procurement planning? As I've said, this is a process of determining the following. Okay, what to buy? No, well, goods and services, infrastructure, contracting out of infrastructure, consultancy. Okay, and then how many do you need? Okay, so it would refer to the quantity or the items, number of items. What are the details? Ano ba yung tech specs, scope of work, terms of reference, no? And then, ano ba yung cost? No? Ito na yung estimated budget, no? Which will thereafter become our approved budget for the contract. So initially, estimated budget pa sa kasi nga, wow pa lang tayo ng procurement plan, di po ba? So wala pang approved budget yun. So estimated budget. And thereafter, it will eventually become our approved budget for the contract. When do you need it? Yung pong milestones, activities natin, kailan ba dapat siya ma-procure para atin pong tayo ang mismong Bids and Awards Committee ay makapag-ready rin. No? How to source it, no? Yung procurement modalities, no? Paano ba? Competitive bidding ba? Through alternative methods of procurement ba? Okay. So, ano ba yung objectives ng procurement planning? Okay? Of course, yung pag-schedule, no? In advance. Yung pong ating mga procurement activities. And if we are able to schedule in advance, then we will be able to manage appropriately our budget. That's one. Second, we can also manage yung pong implementation or execution of contracts. Okay, so pagka tayo po ay gumawa ng plano. Ensures overall goal achieved efficiently and effectively. No? So yung pong ating PFM goals, no? This is directly linked to our PFM or public financial management goals, no, on operational efficiency, fiscal discipline, no, yung allocative resources. So, yun. And then precludes unnecessary purchases and circumventions. So, maiwasan natin yung mga suki system, maiwasan natin yung mga advanced deliveries, no. The end result is that we will be able to minimize, if not eliminate the COA findings or even the disallowances. Okay. Kasi malaking bagay itong procurement. Tandaan po natin na kapag tayo ay may mga advanced deliveries, that is a clear violation already of the procurement law. Alam niyo kung bakit? Kasi identified na yung inyong supplier. Ibig sabihin, hindi ka nag-bidding kasi in-identify mo. Sabi mo, mag-deliver ka nga sa akin dito ng ganito. Identified na yung supplier mo. So that would mean you did not really go through the rules on procurement. So tandaan po natin, kaya nga dapat magplano tayo para at least we'll be able to plan ahead and anticipate the consequences, okay, of our actions, particularly in the procurement. Okay? And then value for money. Of course, yung kung important, yung it will fit the purpose or the need of the unit or the procuring entity. Okay? Yan po yung objectives ng atin pong procurement plan. So challenges, of course may mga challenges tayo. Mention na yan kanina, no? yung sa result, no? And just to mention further three, yung pinakatatlo na pinagsisimulan ng or nagko-contribute doon sa delay or failure of bidding is yung lack or insufficient proper market study and cost-benefit analysis. So, sometimes, meron tayo, gumagawa tayo ng market study, cost-benefit analysis, pero take note that yung ating procurement plan, it is prepared ahead of time. One year yan, di ba? Di ba tayo ay gumagawa ng budget for the next year? No? Like kayo ngayon sa mga LGU, you are now on your budget authorization stage na, no? So, but that is for the next year. Kasama po doon yung ating procurement plan, no? When we prepare our budget, this is in support, no? Yung procurement plans is in support to that. So, it's basically prepared 1 year ahead. Well, we conduct market study and cost-benefit analysis. Sometimes, hindi tayo nagko-consider yung sa mga advances in technology, no? Yung kasi it's possible that what we provide now or what we have researched now, maaaring wala na yan by next year or iba na. So kailangan din nating mag-research further on that. Okay. Or worst, pinaka-worst talaga na mangyayari is that hindi talaga ng plano, no? Kumbaga, we just copy, kopya na natin yung last year. Yan ay ilagay natin sa ating procurement plan para lang budget proposal. Parang ganun. So, yeah. Set sa mga challenges. I hope hindi na natin gagawin to. Yung proposed project set in the PPMP, not planned, no? Or the project procurement management plan, not planned, oftentimes thought of after the budget is enacted. Okay. So, really related pa rin doon sa number 1 na atin pong issue. Kasi nga, nilagay na lang natin para for purposes, kasi para lang ma-complete natin yung ating budget levels, ilagay na lang natin, kahit ano na lang ilagay natin. So, hindi talaga siya pinlano. No? Sayang, no? Kasi project procurement management plan pa naman, tapos hindi talaga pinlano. No? Ano yung ilagay nyo doon as an item or as a procurement project. Okay? Or sometimes we just use it, no? Include natin, pagka-approve ng budget, and then from there, we draw out our, kumaga, we fit the budget, no? We fit the budget. We fit our requirements to the budget. May mga ganong issue din. So, sige, lagay na tayo nalagay. Kung ano yung in-approve, then saka na natin i-fit yung ating pong requirements. Which I think should be, dapat baguhin yung conception na yun. Dapat ilagay mo yung requirements. Kasi yan yung kailangan or necessary for the unit to perform and deliver the services required. So dapat ilagay niya kung ano yung pangailangan. Okay. And then number 3 is lack of or limited training on or experience in crafting terms of preference and or technical specification. So ito rin kasi ginagawa natin, internet, what is internet? Copy-paste, yan. So, that's why there are 2 modules, no, na bagong inintroduce si GPPB on this with the help of the, I think it's USAID, no? Gumawa kami ng 2 modules, no? Yung module on preparation of text specs as well as yung pong pangalawa is yung pong cost estimation. Okay, so yan. So I hope sa mga succeeding trainings you can also we can also have these topics. Kasi maganda siya. Although meron akong i-discuss later konti about on terms of preference and text specs. So dadaanan natin yan later. Yeah. Kasi mahirap, no? Kahit kami rin, nahihirapan kami sa DBM. Kasi nga, wala kaming mga technical people, di ba? kabili ka ng IT, wala ka namang IT unit. So talagang mahihirapan ka. Okay? So, kaya nga very important, no? Very important na kahit paano merong training on how to formulate or craft TORs and tech specs. Okay? Yan. Okay? So, ano ba yung effects? The effects, karoon ng failure bidding, delay in procurement, ineffective procurement. Okay? So, yun. Ang pinakaano dito is, kapag ka na-delay tayo or nagkaroon ng failure bidding, then we also waste resources. Okay? We waste resources kasi, or also, we are also not able to provide the necessary services to our constituents. Okay? Ang mangyayari po is, for example, nag-failure ng bidding, so nag-rebid ka another 2 months, and then nag-failure na naman, so another 2 months. So, naubos yung oras mo, kakabid lang. Wala kang, kumbaga, walang nagawa. No? Okay. Puro lang plano, conduct ng procurement, hindi naman award. Yun po yung effect kapag hindi po tayo ay, or hindi po tayo nag-prepare diligently and meticulously our procurement plans. Okay? So, tandaan po natin ito pong mga effects. No? Okay? Failed bidding, delayed procurement, ineffective procurement. Okay? So, knowledge check muna tayo, Ma'am Kayla. Yan. Meron po tayong knowledge
Yes, sir. Opo. So, at this
Okay.
point, we will be flashing a series of knowledge check questions through the Zoom polling feature, and all we have to do again is choose the appropriate answers in the pop-up poll that shall be flashed on our screens. For question number 1, the question is, procurement planning is the process of identifying which project needs can be best met by procuring products and services within the project organization. Is this statement true or false? So for our Facebook Live participants, you may also participate in this knowledge check question by inputting your answers in the comments section. So makikita po natin through this question kung nakikinig po ba yung ating mga participants kay Director Mark. I think, sir, we have the majority of our participants who have answered the poll questions.
Sana
And
tama lahat,
94%, 94% sir answered true. Tama po ba yung sagot nila?
Yeah. Okay, so thank you so much sa mga sumagot, no? Yung 94% po ay tama. Siguro yung 6% nagkamali lang ng pindot. Tama naman po yun. It is a process of determining the which project can be best, no? Which project needs can be best provided through procurement of products and services within the procurement organization. So, tama po yun. That's true.
Okay, thank you so
Yan
much
yung
for that explanation, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, check po muna ako sa chat box. Sa chat din, maraming sumagot ng true.
Opo, sir.
Okay, thank you po again sa mga sumagot. Let's proceed, no, sa ating pong discussion. Okay? Punta naman tayo doon sa procurement planning and budget linkage. Okay? Okay, tandaan po natin ano po yung basis ng atin pong pag-prepare ng procurement plan. Nasa ano po yan? Nasa section 7. Okay? Wherein it states that all procurement shall be within the approved budget of the procuring entity and should be meticulously and judiciously planned. Okay, di ba? Kukunti lang nakasulat ang procurement planning, but tandaan po natin yung words or terminologies that were used, no? Sinabi dyan, meticulously and judiciously planned. Kasi nga, bakit? Kasi we have very scarce resources. So, yung bibilhin natin, yung talagang kailangan lang, yung necessary. Hindi yung kasi gusto mo lang. Hindi. Iba yun. We need to distinguish between wants and needs. Magkaiba po siya. Yung once kasi, normally, it will entail additional cost. Once mo lang, gusto mo lang siya, pero in terms sa gamit, hindi naman talaga siya. Kahit na lower na version, pwede ko naman siyang masatisfy naman yung pangailangan ko. So, iba yun. Okay. So, tandaan po natin yung kung distinction between wants and needs. Okay. And then, it must be consistent with our government fiscal discipline measures. And the annual procurement plan must also include foreseeable provisions for foreseeable emergencies based on the historical records. Tandaan po natin that our APP is just a plan. Plan lang din siya. It supports the budget, but there are instances na may mga talagang hindi natin ma-foresee. Pero alam natin na mangyayari siya. So we include a lump sum amount, pero a certain percent, based on historical records, around 2%. For example, your total APP is 20 million. So 2% of that will be allotted for foreseeable emergencies based on historical records. Now, hindi ibig sabihin na charge siya doon sa lump sum na yon. Hindi ibig sabihin na kahit ano na lang pwede nating bilhin. Again, we still prepare our supplemental procurement plan for that purpose. Okay? Kasi if you look at the annual procurement plan that we prepare, meron doon lump sum for foreseeable emergencies, no? For contingencies. So, the moment the contingency happen, kailangan pa rin natin gumawa ng supplemental plan para ma-identify natin ano-ano yung items to be charged against the lump sum. So, ganun po siya ang procedure niya. Hindi po dahil, doon yan charge sa lump sum. Hindi po. Gawan mo yan ng separate procurement plan. Kasi na-identify mo na kung anong what specific or item that you would want to procure. For example, yung gripo, yung kanyang faucet, nasira. So, yung tubig is, nasasayang yung tubig. So, hindi mo na-foresee yun, pero kasama siya doon sa emergency na nakikita mo. Okay? The moment na nangyari yung emergency na yon, na-identify mo kung ano yung pangangailangan mo. So, you need to indicate that in your procurement. Kaya nga, procurement plan. Kaya nga kailangan mong gumawa ng supplemental procurement plan specifying that item although it is charged against the lump sum. Okay? Yeah. So, also, we only procure those considered crucial to the efficient discharge of our functions. No, yung required sa day-to-day operations. Ano ba yon? Yung papel, yung, ink, yung printer, yung mga, yun, sa normal operations of an office. Or in the pursuit of a principal mandate. Okay, so for example, ano ba yung mandate ng opisina? Engineering office, gawa ng road, gawa ng bridge, yung mga ganon. Agriculture office, farm to market roads, mga gulayan and everything. Yeah. Irrigation and so forth. Okay? So yung specific lang considered crucial to the efficient discharge of our functions. Okay? So nakalagay po sa atin pong section 7, 7.2 in particularly, no procurement shall be undertaken unless it is in accordance with approved APP. So ibig sabihin, meron po dapat tayong approved annual procurement plan bago po tayong mag-proceed sa ating procurement activities. Kaya nga ginawa na rin siyang requirement, no, as integrated na siya doon sa ating pong budget proposals para talagang hindi na makalimutan. Okay? Now, mamaya malalaman natin yung different levels of, the APP, no, yung pagkakaiba ng APP at different budget levels, no. Meron kasing indicative APP na tinatawag, meron ding final APP. Yung indicative APP, kaya nga siya indicative, it's because wala pang approved budget, no. Final APP is when there is already an approved budget, and therefore your final APP must be consistent with the approved budget. Okay? So mamaya malalaman natin yan. And then approval, of course, whether indicative or final APP, it must bear the approval of the HOPE or the second ranking official if it is designated by the HOPE to that official. Okay? So ito po yung synchronization ng ating pong budget cycle with that of our budget process with that of the procurement process. So, makikita natin dyan yung 4 phases, no? Yung 4 na phases ng budget cycle. Of course, hindi ko na sinama yung budget accountability stage, no? Yung budget accountability kasi is when we report, no? Yan po yung sa sa procurement monitoring. So hindi ko na sinama. Yung sa stages lang ng from preparation to execution. Okay. And of course, there is also a stage on budget review. Hindi ko na sinama kasi wala namang doon si procurement. No? Anyway, so this is how LGU prepares the budget. No? From January to June, yan, gumagawa kayo ng inyong procurement, not procurement plan, but your annual investment program. You firm out your priorities. Okay? And sometime July, lumalabas na yung, or even June, earlier June, mayroon nang nagpapalabas ng budget call, tinatawag na budget call. No? So, that will signal the start of the budget. Kumaga, sinisignalan na yung ating pong mga departments or units that you prepare or incorporate in the budget forms kung ano yung nakalagay sa procurement plan, sa ating pong annual investment plans, i-integrate natin sa budget forms. Lalagyan na natin ng pondo. Meron pong mga thresholds yon like for each department, meron pong budget levels na binibigay si local chief executive. Okay? And then, of course, magtatapos yung budget preparation sa October 16 kasi that is the date provided in the local government code to submit the budget proposal, the budget rather. Ito yung tinatawag na national na local expenditure program. Yan yung budget documents na tinatawag. October 16. And then from October 16 to December, yan yung budget authorization phase. Then January to December of the next year, that is the budget execution phase. Now, so makikita natin, dinaptail natin yung kung ating Philippine procurement paradigm. So saan po siya pumapasok yung pong identification from January to June? That is where we prepare our annual investment program, di po ba? Although yung annual investment program is just being called out from the local development investment plan of the LGUs. So dyan po tayo nagsisimula, prepare ng PPMPs, and then from there, when we integrate our priorities in the budget forms, no? We are sinasubmit natin yon sa ating pong local finance committee. May local finance committee tayong tinatawag, and then they consolidate the budget proposals into a budget local expenditure program. Yun po yung ating budget documents. Okay. That is where also the BAC will come in. From there, kasi within the levels na yung mga sinasubmit na PPMP budget levels, no? So that is where the BAC will also consolidate the project procurement management plan or the PPMP into an annual procurement plan. But this time it is only indicative. Kasi nga, bakit indicative? Kasi wala pang approved budget. Okay. Now, the moment na-approve yung budget, kasi expected by December, dapat approve na yung budget so that it will take effect ideally January of next year. Now, ideally, the procurement will start once we have an approved budget. Okay? So, procurement ang tawag doon. And that is where we papasok tayo doon sa quadrant 3 ng atin pong Philippine procurement paradigm. And of course, implementation that is still within the budget execution phase. Now, but there are procurement opportunities that may be conducted via early procurement regime. Okay? Kaya nga nakalagay dyan sa baba, early procurement. Okay? Kasi kahit wala ka pang approved budget, pwede na tayong mag-procure. So, kaya i-discuss ko later mamaya. Ano yung mga instances where we may be allowed to procure through early procurement. So this is actually the exception to the ideal rule or the general rule na yung procurement nangyayari during budget execution. So pwede siyang mangyari prior, no? Even without an approved budget. Okay? Pwede tayong mag-early procurement regime. Okay. Yun. So dito, wala pang approve. From January to December, wala pa yung approve budget prep phase and budget authorization phase. Wala pa yung approve APP. Meron tayo, walang approve final APP. Meron tayong approve indicative APP. Okay? Dito kasi sa budget execution or yan po yung ano natin ng budget, no? Yung ating pong effectivity, meron na tayong tinatawag na final APP. Final siya, it's because there's already an approved budget. Okay? Yeah. So, ito po yun, no? I-ano lang natin yung mga personalities involved in the Philippine procurement paradigm dovetailed doon sa atin pong phases in the budget process. Ito po sila, no? Yung pong sa identification, sa end user, sa assessment, si budget, BACSEC, BAC, and HOPE. Sa procurements, nandyan si HOPE kasi approve ng contract. Si BAC, do the procurement, TWG, BACSEC, and of course, yung number 4 is on implementation. Si HOPE, end user, inspection committee, accountant, cashier, so on and so forth. Okay. Yan. Okay? Sige. Tama na. 15 minutes, tapos mag-break tayo. Let me continue muna, no? Para 1 hour magbe-break tayo. So yun po yun, no? Alam na natin ngayon saan pumapasok, no? Based doon sa atin pong pinakita dyan sa presentation, dinabdil natin yung procurement process with that of the budget process. Then nakita rin natin saan pumapasok si early procurement. Okay? Sige, punta tayo sa principles on market study. Okay? Now, market study is just a process of gathering or analyzing information about the capabilities within the market to satisfy the agency need. Of course, on the part of the agency, kaya tayo nagpaplano kasi meron tayong pangailangan na dapat punan. Okay? Market study is getting information from the market in order for us to come up a better procurement plan. Parang ganun lang siya. Kumbaga, check natin ano bang meron dyan. Then we will check also with our requirements. Tumatama ba? Then we can buy within our market. Okay. So, meaning, that's also a way of also knowing what's available and telling our mga bidders na there are opportunities when you have this particular type of products and services. Parang ganon. So it's basically getting from data or information from a reliable source. Okay. Okay? Now, sa market study, ang ginagawa natin is we identify first as procuring entity. Tayo muna mag-identify, ito yung pangailangan natin. And then after that, we get information from the market. After getting information from the market, okay, that is where we come up with a requirement definition. Okay. And then once we have all this information, we develop our procurement plan. So ganun lang po kasimple yung process. Una, identify muna ano pa pangailangan, kailangan mo ng printer na yun. Okay? Anong printer ba meron sa market? Check natin. Pa-canvas tayo. Magpa-market study tayo with our technical working group. Sila yung maglibot-libot. Ito yung mga available ngayon. So, alin dyan ang nakamit ng specs natin? And from there, gagawa tayo ng specifications. Once we have the specifications, we develop our procurement plan or what we call the project procurement management plan. So, that's how simple the conduct of market study as an input to the development of our procurement plan. Okay? So what are the advantages if we do market study? Time and cost efficient. Okay? Why? Because we will be able to factor in other cost components. Okay? Once we look at the market, Available ba siya dito or hindi? Kung hindi, then we can factor in other cost components like if this is to be bought abroad pa. Okay. So we factor in yung mga freight charges and so on and so forth. Okay. It improved competition. Why? Because we have a wide range of alternatives before us. Alam natin. Ito yung mga alternatives ko. And then, kilala mo kung sino yung mga magko-compete na suppliers. Transparency is, it will support our, once we have market study information, may mga information tayo or data from in the conduct of our market study, then we can document this for purposes of transparency. This will also support our decisions, future decisions. Avoids conflict of interest. Now, once we know our bidders, kilala natin sila, then we can already avoid yung pong mga disqualification. Disqualified ka pala kasi nga anti mo pala yung aming back member, yung mga ganong bagay, no? So at least you know that if once you conduct a market study, you will already acquire information insofar as ito pong mga possible conflict of interest or disqualification. Okay. Equal opportunities, no? We make sure that it's the most advantageous price that is obtained. No? Yun po yung pinaka-goal natin dyan. Lahat naman ng bidders ay pwedeng sumali if they are eligible to bid for your procurement project. Okay? Yeah. So let's go now to project procurement management plan. So I'll discuss shortly around 10 minutes and then we'll have a short break para at least makarest din tayo konti, no? Yung mata sa screen. So yung project procurement management plan, again, yung market study is an input to the coming up of the project procurement management plan. Nakita nyo na yung process, no? Identification ng needs, get data or information from the market. Ano ba yung requirements na natin? Gagawa natin ng requirements. Kung ano yung requirements mo, yun yung ilalagay sa procurement plan. Okay? So yun. PPMP. What is this PPMP? This is a guide document in the procurement and contract implementation process as well as a vital reference in procurement monitoring. Okay? So tatlo po ang tuhog ni PPMP. Ginagamit siya sa pag-conduct ng procurement, sa contract implementation, as well as monitoring. Kasi doon mismo sa document makikita mo na itong isang procurement transaction ay tapos na ito. Ito yung schedule niya. Ito ay nasunod during conduct ng actual procurement. Sa procurement monitoring, it will also tell us that this is already completed. Okay. Yeah. So this is a tool that allow flexibility to optimize utilization of scarce resources. Kasi, for example, if you have 5 items in your PPMP, pagdating sa budget year, hindi mo na kailangan yung dalawa. Or itong dalawa, it was already overtaken by advances in technology. So kailangan yung savings nun, gagamitin mo sa ibang item. Kung pwede ba yun? Yes, the answer is yes. Kasi you are allowed to amend your procurement plan, project procurement management plan. So also, the PPMP minimize the practice of doing shortcuts. Kasi doon mo makikita ano yung maaring modes of procurement, initial modes of procurement identified by the end user. But eventually, it will be the bank who will finalize what will be the mode of procurement as finally approved by the. So this is to be prepared by the end user. Okay? So end user ang magpe-prepare nito. No? And this will support the budget proposal. So yun yung na-mention ko kanina. The end user or implementing unit shall be responsible for the preparation of all the documents necessary for the procurement activity, including yung tech specs. No? Okay? Again, tandaan natin, no? So, ang gumagawa pala ng tech specs sa end user pala. Yung scope of work at saka terms of preference. Hindi pala si Bids and Awards Committee. Kasi initially, this is to be prepared by the end user. The BAC will just have to review, and with the help of the technical working group, pwedeng with the consultation again, the end user, bago sila mag-conduct ng actual procurement, ay titingnan uli yung ginawa ni end user. Kung ito ba ay this will already meet the necessary needs of that particular unit. Okay? So the PPMP will include several components. Ano ba yung mga components doon? No? Makikita natin yan mamaya sa form, yung pong contracting arrangement. No? Ano ba ito? Public bidding ba? Alternative method ba? Types and objective, no? Extent or size, procurement methods, time schedule, and estimated budget, which will thereafter become our or your approved budget for the contract. This is the sample format, no? You have there the coding. Of course, you can use the unified account code structure of the government, but I think it's only the national government who is using it. For LGUs, you can actually adapt your own coding structure, no? Dito sa first column. Then general description. Di mo naman kailangan ilagay lahat ng specs dyan. General descriptions lang. Kasi nga if you look at doon sa baba, mayroon pong note dyan, no? Nakalagay, technical specifications for each project being proposed shall be submitted as part. Meaning i-attach mo. For example, meron akong nilagay dyan na procurement of a general description 4x4 pick-up vehicle. Lagay mo ganun. So yung kanyang specification, maglagay ka ng attachment. Yung nakadetalye for the purpose of that item. Then quantity or size, for example, isang unit lang or 2 units. Then how much will be the estimated budget? What is the initial mode of procurement and the milestones activities? I just want to highlight yung kung sino ang gagawa nito. Of course, since si end user ang magpe-prepare, sa kanila po manggagaling yung sino po yung gagawa. Prepared by and submitted by the end user. Wala pong approve ito ha. Tandaan po natin, wala pong approval sa PPMP. Kasi nga, a copy of the PPMP will be transmitted to the budget office, di ba? Si budget office will check if this, kung ano yung, magkano yung amount na naka-provide po dyan, is consistent with your budget levels. If it's consistent, hindi i-approvehan ni budget office. Ang gagawin lang niya, i-refer niya sa BAC. Okay? And then si BAC will consolidate it into an annual procurement plan. So dito walang approval. Kasi nga, kung wala siya sa budget level, isusoli lang yan ni budget office doon sa end user unit. Tsaka, sasabihan niya, hindi siya consistent with the budget level, ayusin niyo yung priorities or kung pwede kayong magtanggal. Another is that hindi na kailangan ng approval ng PPMP. Yung approval will only come doon sa APP. It's the HOPE who will approve the APP. The moment approve yung APP, yung kabuuan ay ina-approve na ni HOPE. Dito kasi yung PPMP is by unit ito, by end user unit. So hindi mo na kailangan ng approval ni HOPE dyan. Kaya nga, take note of the prepared by and submitted by. Yung prepared by any end user and then yung submitted, yung head ng end user. Okay? Yung head ng end user. Okay. Yan. So ito po yung sample, filled up na sample ng PPMP. No? Yan. Yan. I think gumamit din ito kay GPPB TSO ata ito. Gumagamit sila ng sarili nilang coding. Yan. 3D, 3 SD, 3A. Yan yung code na ginamit. So depende po sa inyo. You can actually adapt. Wala naman pong problema doon. So yan, nakalagay po yung general description, venue of year-end meeting, 60 packs yung size, 150,000 yung budget, negotiated procurement list. Doon kailangan siya October. So ganun lang po. Kasimple yung paggawa. No? You can just actually shade. Or should you want to provide specific talaga yung date, pwede nyo ilagay yung specific date. Okay? But to have certain flexibility, you can adapt the way it's being shown in the screen. Okay? Okay. 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 5 minutes lang. Now, in identifying the needs, kasi una sa mga very important na kailangan nating gawin is, ano ba yung pangangailangan ng unit? Okay? Kasi, yung mismong PPMP form, napakadali lang namang i-fill upan yun. But the question is, ano ba yung need? Ba, yan yung pinaka-basic question. Di natin masagot ng madali yan. You need to sit down. Sit down as a unit and you ask your members doon sa unit, ano ba ang kailangan natin para next year? Okay? Kailangan natin ng ganitong karaming papel. Ayan. So, what will be the basis? Ano ba ang reason kung bakit hinihingi natin yan? Kasi take note, this is a supporting document to your budget proposal. Kapag tinanong tayo, masasagot natin kagad. Okay. So, ano yung mga criteria? Or pwede natin gawing as one of our parameters in knowing what really is our need as a unit. First is yung functions nyo. Example, kung legal department or legal office, puro papeles yan. Yan. Mga supplies and equipment, usually inihingi niyan. Or you can check yung kung historical data. Yung mga previous na procurement na under doon sa unit na yun. Or foreseen contingencies. Yung mga nangyari na ng mga emergency or contingency situation na nangyari na napili niyo. So, based on records yan. Then yung kung identified purpose, mga major final outputs referring to the deliverables of that unit. Okay? Strategic plans, so pwede rin. Current supply inventory, very important din yun kasi it's possible, hingi ka ng 100 reams of bond paper, okay? Coupon bond. And yet, ang dami pang stocks na nakalagay sa iyong inventory. So, mari, hindi mo na kailangan yon by next year. You can actually rechannel yung budget for that to other items na kailangan pa ng unit. So, kaya titingnan natin yung supply and other maintenance and operating needs. Okay? Yeah. Okay. Sige. Pwede ba tayong mag-break muna, Ma'am Kyla, bago tayo mag-proceed? Para tuloy-tuloy tayo later, mga 5 minutes. Okay lang po ba?
Sige sir, tapos resume tayo with...
sa ABC, okay. Sige.
Yes sir, yes po. We can take a 5-minute break.
Mag-stop share lang ako?
Yes sir, opo.
Sige po.
Thank you sir.
Do you know that procurement is crucial in achieving our society's collective vision of a strongly rooted, comfortable, and secure life in the Philippines? Hello everyone, I'm Billy Bayong. Let me show you how our Procurement Policy Board innovates, adapts, and responds to our changing needs to enhance the procurement system and help the government work for us. An efficient, transparent, and competitive procurement system connects every Filipino to vital services from the government. This can help move more people out of poverty, gain access to better education, receive quality healthcare, and enjoy economic opportunities. These yield greater trust in government institutions and bring the country closer to achieving its national development goals. The Government Procurement Policy Board focuses on simplifying various processes to produce more successful procurement that contributes to the effectiveness and efficiency of the government. The board employs strategies to identify needs and implement projects. It refines and calibrates procurement policies, adjusting to emerging trend based on needs of procuring entities. It creates ways to capacitate practitioners to better manage their procurement processes, monitor effectiveness of our procurement systems, and it adapts to the times, especially during national emergencies. The GPPB has strengthened the procurement process at the earliest stage, the planning phase. The board has issued bidding rules responsive to new laws and policies set by the government. GPPB has also streamlined the bidding process through the use of technology. GPPB has introduced guidelines to ensure timely procurement, especially during a national emergency. GPPB Technical Support Office pioneered initiatives to better assist procuring entities. Simple and competitive, transparent and accountable, monitored by the people. These make for an effective procurement system, responsive to the needs of the people. The GPPB, adapting, responding, innovating for nation building. To know more about procurement, visit gppb.gov.ph. Do you know that procurement is crucial in achieving our society's collective vision of a strongly rooted, comfortable, and secure life in the Philippines? Hello everyone, I'm Billy Bayong. Let me show you how our Procurement Policy Board innovates, adapts, and responds to our changing needs to enhance the procurement system and help the government work for us. An efficient, transparent, and competitive procurement system connects every Filipino to vital services from the government. This can help move more people out of poverty, gain access to better education, receive quality healthcare, and enjoy economic opportunities. These yield greater trust in government institutions and bring the country closer to achieving its national development goals. The Government Procurement Policy Board focuses on simplifying various processes to produce more successful procurement that contributes to the effectiveness and efficiency of the government. The board employs strategies to identify needs and implement projects. It refines and calibrates procurement policies, adjusting to emerging trends based on needs of procuring entities. It creates ways to capacitate practitioners to better manage their procurement processes, monitor effectiveness of our procurement systems, and it adapts to the times, especially during national emergencies. The GPPB has strengthened the procurement process at the earliest stage, the planning phase. The board has issued bidding rules responsive to new laws and policies set by the government. GPPB has also streamlined the bidding process through the use of technology. GPPB has introduced guidelines to ensure timely procurement, especially during a national emergency. GPPB Technical Support Office pioneered initiatives to better assist procuring entities. Simple and competitive, transparent and accountable, monitored by the people. These make for an effective procurement system, responsive to the needs of the people. The GPPB, adapting, responding, innovating for nation building. To know more about procurement, visit gppb.gov.ph.
Good morning po, RD.
Yan, good morning. Morning. So let me share again, no?
Yes, sir. Thank you po.
Bago. Lapit na pala ako mag-knowledge check. Hindi pa tinuloy ko na lang yun. Anyway, sige. Okay. Yan. So, after yung identifying yung need, ang next step, di ba, na-identify natin yung need. Ang maganda sanang step na gagawin is to first formulate our requirements. But nauna na kasi itong ABC, didiscuss ko na yung ABC. Kasi yung requirements natin, dependent, yung ABC or tinatawag na estimated budget, dependent yan doon sa mafo-formulate natin na text specs, scope of work, terms of reference. Okay? Now, but for purposes of procurement planning, Hindi po ABC ang tawag doon ha, sa atin pong PPMP, Project Procurement Management Plan. Initial budget lang, estimated budget nga po ang nakalagay doon sa column na yun. Hindi pa yun magiging approved budget for the contract, considering that wala pa po tayong approved budget. Kaya nga, gumagawa pa lang tayo ng budget. Ito ay isa sa mga supporting document that will support our budget. Now, but just to discuss, kasi thereafter, itong estimated budget will become our ABC. Okay? The ABC, if in case, no, yun ay naging, na-approve na yung budget, it must be consistent with that, what is reflected in the appropriation. So kung ano yung ABC na nilagay mo sa iyong APP at PPMP, it must be consistent with the appropriations. Kasi always remember that our procurement plans must be consistent or must be anchored in an approved budget level. Okay. So in that case, kaya nga may mga levels of revisions sa atin pong procurement plans. So during budget proposal stage, ito yung procurement plan mo. Pagdating sa submission sa budget for budget deliberation, ito yung procurement plan mo. Ina-amend mo yon, nire-revise. Pagdating sa final budget na approved na, meron din tayong tinatawag na final APP. So it's possible na iba din yung maaring laman ng inyong pong APP or procurement plan doon. So take note ha na nagbabago po yan as the budget level progress, no? From a proposal to an expenditure program to an approved budget. Okay? Now, for multi-year contracts, ito although it's not, I don't know if it will apply to LGU, yung pong multi-year contracting authority. Sa national government, ginagawa ito. No? May mga projects na malakihan. But nag-issue si DBM ng, for example, 1 billion project. In-issuehan niya ni DBM ng tinatawag na MICA or MAYOA yan siya dati, Multi-Year Obligational Authority. One time yon na ina-assure ng national government that the 1 billion will be funded. But it will not be funded one tranche. It will be by tranches. Okay? So in-approve lang namin yung buo kabuuan. Pero ang ibibigay sa iyo every year will be by tranches yon. 200 million, 200 million, 300 million, gano'n. So ang purpose lang kasi ng MAYOA is purpose for the conduct of one-time procurement doon sa buong proyekto na yun. Hindi yung by year. Example, binigay sa iyo this year 200 million. 200 million, magkakandak ka. Second year, another procurement na naman. So hindi. Ang ano doon is the MICA will serve as the basis for the conduct of procurement of the entire project. I don't know if this will apply to LGUs kasi national, it's the DBM who will issue the MICA. But meron tayong tinatawag kasi na equivalent. No? Meron dyan equivalent documents. As to what is that is to be known pa kung ano document na yan. Okay. Akin naman based on to sa ano ko lang no sa aking research, I think it will not apply kasi nga sa LGU kasi mayroong tinatawag na continuing appropriation, di po ba? Pero yung continuing appropriation kasi ni LGU, kapag ka nag-continuing appropriation kayo, wala pong limit yon. Hanggang katapusan na ng project yon. Unlike po kasi sa national government, yung continuing appropriation namin only good for another year. So 1 year yung validity ng budget, tapos in-extend, continuing appropriation, 1 year lang extension nun. So kaya nangangailangan kami ng but sa inyo, wala eh. Kasi pag continuing appropriation, then it will continue to be as such yung appropriations until such time na matapos yung project. Okay. For foreign funded procurement naman, yung ABC yung pong reflected no in the estimate prepared by the procuring entity and approved by the foreign government. Okay. Yan, di naman siguro applicable din sa inyo. So, magna-knowledge check tayo. Dapat sana nag-knowledge check muna tayo. Tapos nag-break. Sige, knowledge check muna tayo, ma'am. Kayla?
Yes, sir. This will be very fast lang po. For our second knowledge check, we will be again using the Zoom polling feature to key in our answers. So the question is, who must consider the different cost components in determining the ABC? Is it A, the TWG, B, the backsec, C, the end user, or D, all of the above? So just a quick reminder to our participants, our Google form link shall only be open until the day it was created or it was posted in our Zoom chat box. So for example po, today po binigay ng ating event secretariat yung link, today lang po siya applicable. So this will also be a protection for the participants who were all attending talaga yung ating mga events. So ano po, if you have any queries or if you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please coordinate with our event secretariat so we may be able to help you. So I think, sir, we have a majority of our participants who answered our poll po.
Yes.
And the majority of our participants answered letter C. It's
Letter
end
C,
user,
yeah.
66%.
66%. Concern ako doon sa remaining 34%. Tama po yun. Ang sagot po ay end user. No? Si end user po, hindi po si backsec. Talagang hindi si backsec kasi nga, si backsec kasi provides, di ba? Sa inyo pong discussion kahapon, nagpo-provide lang po siya ng administrative support to the PAC. Now, maaari tayong ma-confuse nito, no? End user talaga ang gumagawa. Pero si TWG gumagawa din, di po ba? Pero yung kay TWG kasi, tulong lang yun para kay end user. So yung main talaga na gumagawa or nagko-consider ng different cost component ay si end user. Kasi nga, tingnan na natin po doon sa PPMP. Sino po ba ang gumagawa ng PPMP? Di ba si end user po? So, since si end user, siya po ang nag-consider ng different cost component. Kasi siya po yung naglalagay ng estimated budget depending on the need that the end user identified. Si TWG, tutulong lang po siya kay end user. Okay, so hindi po talaga siya yung main. Now, yung sa mga sumagot ng all of the above, hindi po siya pwedeng all of the above kasi nga si back secretariat ay hindi po tumutulong doon sa pag-determine ng cost components. Ang function lang ni back secretariat is to provide administrative support to the bank. Okay? Yan.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
po.
Tama po yung ating explanation and sana po na gets po na ating mga participants kung bakit po end user yung ating sagot. So again po, thank you so much, sir, and let us proceed with the program.
Okay, proceed muna ako ha bago para matapos natin earlier and meron tayong open forum later.
Yes.
So ito po yung preparation ng PPMP. Just to make a summary out of it. Manggagaling siya kay end user. So siya yung mag-determine ng different cost components, yung identification ng need, yung sa ABC, different cost component or initial budget, no? Isasubmit niya yan kay budget office for evaluation. Check lang ni budget office kung within budget levels. Hindi niya ina-approve, tandaan po natin yan. Kasi ang approval, mangyayari yan doon sa APP na level, no? So isasabihin niya kay back secretariat. Yung si back secretariat kasi providing administrative support lang. Pagka sinabi ni Bids and Awards Committee, back secretariat, consolidate lang niya. Okay. On the part of the back secretariat. So yun, i-consolidate yan into an indicative APP. Bakit indicative? Again, tandaan natin, wala pang approved budget. Okay? See, this is during budget preparation. Now, yung indicative APP ba ay i-approve ni Hope? The answer is yes. Okay, sasubmit yan kay Hope approval. Gagawa ng back resolution ang Bids and Awards Committee recommending the indicative APP for approval. Okay, so yan po yung ating proseso. Okay? So, doon sa determination ng ABC, para po makatulong, kumbaga, si end user naman ay hindi po magpo-provide ng sobrang later on, baka ma-overprice tayo niyan, no? So, makakatulong yung pag-conduct ng market study. Okay? And to include yung other cost components, yun na yung sa tanong natin kanina, di po mag-consider nun. It's the end user cost, of course, the unit cost, then inflation. Next year pa natin ipo-procure yung other cost of money related to the procurement like freight and other yung other mga mga other na mga cost components that may be included. Okay? Off ko yung video kasi nagsisignal sa akin humihina daw yung aking internet. Now, the TWG may help, no? So, end user may ask the assistance of the TWG to consider the different cost components. Okay? Okay. Now, just to discuss on what is this project costing, kasi maaari din na itong makatulong doon sa pag-determine ng ating initial ABC or what we call the estimated budget, no? So initial estimated budget and eventually it will become our ABC. So what do we mean by project costing? No? This is a practice of forecasting the cost of completing a project. So take note of the word forecast. So meaning you are actually looking at the future, no? Summation of individual cost elements using established methods and valid data to estimate future cost. Again, nandun na naman si future cost of a project based on the data that is available as of today. No? Prediction of quantities, cost, and price, okay, of resources required by the scope of an asset investment option activity or project. So, since there is that what we call a time gap between the procurement planning and actual conduct of the procurement, we need to consider yung pong possible effects in our costing. Okay? So, it's possible kasi yung cost na i-assign natin ngayon based on what is available today will be different to the cost that will be at the future date. Okay? That's why in this instance, we use this what we call yung mga assumptions. No? Assumption, so ilang percent ba most probably ang pwede nating isama as an inflation, so around 3% for example, no? Based on historical data, and then yun yung gagamitin natin for purposes of formulating our cost of a particular project or procurement project. Okay? So yun, it's very important, no? Kasi para malaman natin yung reliability and validity of our costing. Although ginawa siya ngayon, maaaring reliable or valid pa rin siya by next year. So very important yun. Kasi tandaan po natin, support po siya doon sa budget proposal. So kapag nagkulang tayo sa budget, for example, nilagay lang natin, ganito lang, walang inflation. Pagdating doon, hindi na siya akma doon sa atin item na bibilhin kasi mas mahal na siya. So what happened? We sacrifice yung quality sometimes. Okay? Sinasacrifice natin yung quality or if not, sinasacrifice natin yung quantity. Babawasan natin, mag-aamen tayo ng procurement plan, babawasan natin yung ating number of quantity. Okay? So mas maganda sana if na-consider na natin yan doon pa lang sa pag-prepare ng procurement plan. Okay? Cost estimate, what is this cost estimate? No? As I mentioned earlier, yung estimate na nilalagay natin sa project procurement management plan is just an initial costing. Initial costing lang. Hindi ito yung final cost na talagang maging basis natin for the approved budget for the contract. Okay? Kasi nga wala pa nga tayong approved budget. Okay? So, cost estimate, this is determined using experience and calculating and forecasting of future cost of resource. Para din siya yung sa project costing. But yung cost estimate kasi meron tayong tinatawag na scheduled time frame. Okay? Kasi nga, there are cost estimates that are only valid or yung kanyang accuracy level is medyo mataas at certain period of time. Okay? So kaya nga dapat yung cost estimate natin, this is somehow revised over time. Pagka medyo matagal na talaga, kailangan natin i-revise yung cost estimate because it might no longer be valid pagka lumagpas na doon sa period na yun. Usually kapag more than 6 months, kailangan nating i-revisit yung mga parameters that we use when we prepare our cost estimate. Okay. Now, why is it important for us to have a cost estimate? Kasi very scarce yung resources for purposes of prioritizing what procurement project will be first conducted. Then we need to look at the estimate. Okay. So deciding, critical for deciding whether to take on a project, determining a project's eventual scope, or establish a project cost baseline. So meron tayong threshold or tolerable levels na hanggang dito lang pwede mag-exceed yung costing natin so that we will be able to control yung pong gastos ng pong ating unit, no? Insofar as the procurement project is concerned. Okay? Kasi normally kapag wala tayong cost estimate, sumobra tayo sa ating budget. Kumbaga, wala tayong benchmark kung saan hanggang dito lang. Okay? Okay, kailangan nating otherwise maaaring magkakaroon ng wastage of money kasi nga kahit hindi na siya need, want na siya, hindi na siya need, gumastos pa rin tayo. So sumobra siya. Okay? So yung tinatawag na cost overruns. So very important na meron tayong estimate. Okay? Prepare po siya dito sa identification. So tandaan po natin doon po, sino pong gumagawa ng ating pong PPMP? Si end user po. So, sino po ang magpo-provide ng initial costing? It's the end user. Saan po niya ilalagay yung costing? Doon po sa PPMP. Then what are the sources of information for purposes of costing? Po pwedeng through the conduct of market study, yung cost-benefit analysis, feasibility study if required. So yan, so dyan po manggagaling. So it is the end user. Kaya nga very vital po yung role ni end user. No? Napakalaking bagay. Kaya every time kapag nag-fail po yung ating procurement rather, no? We don't always blame the Bids and Awards Committee. Huwag natin i-blame kaagad si BAC. Kasi si BAC will just conduct the procurement activities in accordance with the rules. No? Baka mayroong problema talaga doon sa ginawa nating requirements or even doon sa costing. Okay? So, tandaan po natin yun. Kaya walang nagbibid kasi sobrang baba naman ng ating ABC as compared to the requirements that we need, no? Or that we actually provide. No? Napakababa naman ng ABC nito. So wala talagang sasali kasi wala nang income yung ating pong bidders if in case. Okay? Yan. So sa budget preparation phase pa lang, doon parang sa conduct ng ating preparation ng procurement plan, project procurement management plan, preparation of PPMP, doon natin doon tayo nagfo-formulate or nagka-come up ng estimated budget for each item that we include in the PPMP. Okay? So kaya nga may column dyan na estimated budget. Hindi pa po yan yung approved budget kasi nga hindi pa siya approved budget. No? Wala pa tayo. This is just for the purpose of supporting our budget proposals. No? Hindi pa ito dumadaan doon sa budget deliberation sa local sanggunian and thereafter, once na approved, to be signed by the local chief executive. Kumaga, at the unit level pa lang ito. So, kailangan nating ma-identify na po yung cost estimates. Now, there are tools in project costing and determination of ABC. I will share with you, ito po yung apat. But yung pang-apat kasi yung life cycle costing, it's a different type of tool. No? Kasi the life cycle costing is normally used for purposes of evaluating and determining which is the best alternative, no, as between 2 or 3 products products, no, or items. So, kumbaga, for purposes of evaluating the most efficient asset, no, by computing not only the acquisition cost, which is our ABC, but the other costs that may be incurred thereafter until disposal throughout the life of the asset. No? We incorporate all the costs. And from there, we sum up all the costs, and choosing between 2 or 3 alternatives, alin dyan ang pinaka mababa, no, in the long run. Yan yung life cycle costing. Kaya nga, life cycle. So from the time that you acquire the asset until you dispose the asset. So yung lahat ng cost na ma-associate niya, i-add mo yun, isa-sum up mo. Of course, we will use certain parameters and assumptions. No? Kasi we're looking at some future time here, no? Sa life cycle costing. So you just add the cost. And then from there, kung sino yung pinakamababa, item A, item B, item C. Sino yung pinakamababa in the long run, yun yung best possible na asset na dapat nating i-procure. So ang gamit talaga ni life cycle costing is for the purpose of supplying the best need that suit the procuring entity. So doon pa lang sa pag-identify ng need, yun yung gamit ng life cycle costing. It's not really on the determination of the ABC kasi it covers all the cost eh. And also, under our rules, wala pang specific provision that requires us to use life cycle costing during bid evaluation. Ito ka, bid evaluation and post-qualification, we don't use life cycle costing. Kasi nga, ang tinitingnan natin during bid evaluation and post-qualification is just the ABC. Yung ABC lang naman, which is the acquisition cost, di po ba? Sa life cycle costing kasi yung buo ang tinitingnan natin until disposal. Okay. So yun, sabi ko, ang gamit niya will be on identifying the appropriate needs, the necessary needs of the procuring entity. When we choose as between alternatives. No? There are a lot of alternatives available in the market. Paano tayo pipili kung alin dyan ang i-benchmark natin na ilagay sa atin pong procurement plan. So, yun yung gamit niya. Okay? Now, yung tatlo, like analogous, parametric, and bottom-up, ito ay mga most common tools din ito na ginagamit ng ating pong mga ahensya, like PWH, yan. They usually use tools, no? Now, to discuss yung analogous estimating, ito yung tinatawag na top-down or historical costing. So, merong analog na sinusunod. Ibig sabihin, similar na project. So, we're looking at a completed project. So, in this case, building, meron ka nang napagawang building. Tapos ngayon, meron tayong proposed project, building na naman. Then we can use the analog of our previous completed procurement. Kaya nga analogous estimating. And from there, we draw up our estimate proposed project. So, yun yung gagawin our estimate in the procurement plan. Parametrics, on the other hand, is yung pong there is this what we call standard costing per unit based on statistical data. So, of course, yung unit cost or standard costing must be accurate. No? Otherwise, this method will not be effective. Kaya yan yung pagka magpapagawa tayo ng bahay, tatanong mo, ilang square meter ang gusto mong new, sir? Ma'am, gusto ko lang na yung floor area ay nasa, bungalow type. Yung floor area will be around 90 square meter. Sige ma'am, yung 90 square meter, yung atin pong costing ngayon ay nasa 15,000 per square meter. Based on, sa mga prevailing prices, market prices, and as studied by our mga engineers, no, sino-sino yung mga statisticians na gumawa na yan, nasa 15,000 yung market cost per unit o per square meter. So 90 square meters multiplied by the 15,000, that will be the cost of the building. Okay, so that's how easy parametrics estimating is. Okay, then bottom up or analytical costing, although this really provides the most accurate estimating. Why? Because i-breakdown natin siya in a per component. No? Meron tayong tinatawag na work breakdown structure. So per component, under the work breakdown structure, meron yang items, no? Like for example, building a house. Yung house, yung roofing, component ng roofing, component ng foundation, di ba, meron yan, meron talagang detalye. So, most accurate siya kasi nga, kikita mo kaagad yung specific components, and normally under this method, any changes in one component will not affect the other component kasi hinimay mo siya eh. Nakahimay na siya. Okay. So, magandang technique ito. But, tandaan lang po natin, very costly siya and very time consuming. Yung nga, magpapagawa tayo ng plano, di ba? Magkano ginagastos natin. Okay? Malaking pera din yun. So, usually, ginagamit itong bottom-up sa mga projects with definite scope, no? Bottom-up or analytical estimating. Whereas itong analogous or parametrics, kapag nasa pa lang tayo, nasa feasibility stage or nasa concept or design stage or concept pa lang ng project. Kung wala pang definite scope talaga. So kung wala pang definite scope, we can use these two, analogous or parametrics. Yan yung gamit niya. Okay, in the next slide, makikita natin dyan yung pong strengths and weaknesses. So, ang pinaka-most, sabi ko, most accurate is the bottom-up kasi makikita mo talaga, no, yung different work breakdown structure and its components. Yun lang, medyo matagal yung proseso ng paggawa. Nagamit siya sa production estimating, like yung mga assembly line, di ba? Mga assembly line, dito magsisimula yung cutting, kakat siya, tapos i-dedicate, pagdating yung mga assembly line ng car assembly line, di ba? May mga different components yan. So, ganun, gamit siya ng, kasi specific, alam natin, no? Ano yung mga cost at each component. Unlike analogous and parametric, medyo hindi definite yung scope. No? If you look at sa kanya pong application, pwede siyang gamitin to cross-check lang. Para malaman lang natin na, oy, okay pala. Within pa rin tayo. Kasi if we use the same analog, for example sa analogous, within pa rin tayo. Kasi more or less pareho lang yung building na ipapagawa natin. Within, i-check natin, o cross-check, or i-rough estimate natin. Kung within that range, then that is acceptable already for purposes of budgeting. Parametric is mabilis kasi nga you just use a unit cost, no? So mas advisable to use analogous and parametric during your preparation of procurement plan. But during the prior to the conduct of actual procurement, no? Yung mag-conduct na kayo, magsiset na ng ABC and the requirements, maganda pag gamitin niyo yung bottom-up kasi you need to provide for the details. Okay? Yan. Yan. Yung life cycle costing, I discussed this already, no? Na it will not only cover the acquisition cost, but all other costs associated to the asset, no? To the entire life of the asset, like yung training cost, mga repair cost, no? These are operating costs, no? Maintenance, disposal cost, yan. You need to consider that when you want to compare one or two alternatives. Okay? And then kung sino yung pinakamababa all throughout the life of that asset, then yun yung i-procure. Now, ang pwede ko maibigay na example dito, like yung comparison ko, yung kung aircons. Yung aircon, meron tayong tinatawag na regular aircons at saka yung inverter aircons. So, comparing the two alternatives, alin ang pipiliin mo? If you look at it, mahal yung inverter, di po ba? But energy efficient siya. So if you compute the cost of the energy usage, makakatipid ka in the long run. How about the disposal cost? Kukompute mo rin yun. Siset ka ng assumptions. So once makita mo in the long run, mas mababa pala ito si super inverter, din doon ako bibili kay super inverter. There was one time also na nag-procure kami ng laptop sa office. Ang sabi pa naman nung nagbibenta na supplier, "Sir, may promo kami. Pag bumili kayo ng laptop, libre yung printer." You can just imagine, libre yung printer. Siyempre, sino ba naman ang hindi tatanggap? Kasama yung printer doon sa laptop. Yun nga lang, no, kung hindi mo mapapansin yun, kapag tayo ay bibili na ng ink, doon nila babawiin. Yung consumables niya. Naku, mahal pala ng consumables ng printer na ito. So yun, yung mga ganong bagay. When you choose between two alternatives, you consider not only the acquisition cost, but all other costs associated. Kasi doon mo malalaman, no? Baka mas mapalaki pa yung gastos ng opisina. Okay? So that is where we can see the use of life cycle costing. Okay? Yan. So yun. Yun po yung sa costing. Yun po yung mga tools na pwedeng makatulong. Aside from the conduct of the market research, we have also yung tools, no? Techniques that we can use. No? And of course, as I've mentioned earlier, na talagang malaking bagay po na malaman muna natin yung requirements natin bago tayo mag-set ng ABC. Okay. Dapat sana inuna ko yung diniscuss, no? Pero sige, ililink na lang din natin. Yung tech specs kasi is very important. Kasi like ngayon, especially if it involved technology, the moment mayroon ka lang binago na isang requirement, magka-apply yan sa price. Okay, di po ba? Like yung mga cellphones. For example, di ba sa cellphone lang, yung iPhone, merong iPhone S, merong iPhone something, gano'n. Magkaiba yun. Parehong iPhone yun, pero magkaiba sila in terms of price because of the specifications also. So that's why, very important prior to the formulation of the estimates, cost estimate, is we must be very clear also in our specifications. Take note that specifications is the heart of the procurement transaction, without which we cannot award a contract. The reason is that specification states the needs to be satisfied. Tandaan po natin yun, yung pong definition natin sa procurement kanina. The pragmatic definition of procurement is that it's a process of selecting the products that best fit the needs. No? So meaning, meron tayong isa-satisfy na need. So ano yun? So you need to state that through your requirements, no? When we come up with the technical specs. It defines ano ba yung gusto nating bilhin. Okay? So insofar as the procuring entity, ito yung gusto ko. Ito yung dapat i-provide mo. It also defines the expectation. So, kumbaga, kung ikaw yung bidder, ano ba ang isusupply ko sa iyo? So, the part of the bidder, they will know what to provide. No? Okay? And it establishes the standards that directly affects the quality and performance. Ibig sabihin, kaklaro ko lang dito sa technical specification. Kasi sa 2009 na IRR, okay? Sa 2009 na IRR, nung dati, pag gumagawa tayo ng technical specifications, ang nakalagay lang kasi doon sa 2009 na IRR, minimum requirements. Minimum. Okay? So, ma-meet niya yung minimum, pwede na ma-award sa kanya. Ngayon kasi, if you look at Section 17, nasa Section 17 ito, hindi lang yung minimum requirements. Kailangan natin i-provide yung necessary requirements. Ibig sabihin, kung necessary, ano ang pangailangan mo, di ba? Yung that fits that fits best the need. Ibig sabihin, meaning yung need, ano ba ito? Ito yung pangailangan ko. So, ikaw yung mag-set ng criteria, ikaw yung mag-set ng parameters, ikaw yung mag-set ng requirements. Hindi po dapat diktahan ng bidder. Tayo yung didikta sa kanya. We pass yung burden to the bidder. Ikaw yung mag-provide. Ito yung gusto namin. So we set the standard. Now, diba sinasabi, mostly, reklamo natin dati is, naku, China naman. Pwede bang bumili na kayo kahit ano, wag lang China? Di ba always natin biniblame si China. Hindi naman lahat ng China products na ay inferior quality. Meron naman din silang mga magagandang products. Diba? Ini-expand pa ngayon sa Europe. Hindi ko din i-defend ang China, ha? But I'm just saying that in relation naman ito doon sa reference to brand name. Kasi bawal tayong mag-provide ng brand name. Kaya i-relate ko siya kasi sometimes sinasabi ng mga end-users na, sige na, pwede na kahit ano, basta wag lang China. That is still covered under the Section 18, yung reference to brand name, yung prohibition to refer to a particular brand. Yung pong country of origin, no? Pagka ganun, covered yan doon sa prohibition na yun. So, and therefore, sabi ko, hindi na maaaring manalo si China if in case kung tayo po yung maglalagay ng requirements. Ititaasan mo yung standard mo, kung yung standard ni China ay mababa, itaasan mo yung standard mo, di ba? Kasi tayo yung nagsiset, di ba? Kung yan yung need mo, di yan yung ilagay mo. Ganun lang yun. Ang iba kasi, China na naman na. They know the requirements of China. Tingnan nyo kung gaano kataas. Kung hindi ma-meet yung need nyo, taas nyo pa yung requirements nyo, hindi siya mananalo. So tayo yung set, di ba? Establishes the standard that directly affects the quality and performance. Tayo po yun. So, kaya nga, very important itong tech specs. Kailangan nating talagang pagtuunan ng pansin. Of course, aside from that, yung pong costing kanina. Okay. So, paano ba tayo mag-formulate ng specification? Again, needs analysis. Mauna talaga yung pangangailangan. Ano ba yung pangangailangan mo? And then from there, after we identify based on yung parameters na pinakita ko kanina, like yung deliverables, yung mga MFO, yung mga mandate, no, unit na yun, no? We gather information from the market. Kaya nga very important yung market study. And then after that, we formulate our specifications. We translate it into our requirements that fits best the need. Okay? So, yan lang po yung stages ng specifications development. Okay? Now, ang tanong, saan ba tayo kukuha ng information so far as the technical specifications? Well, pwede naman tayo sa previous records natin kung similar procurement activity yan. But we need to take account advances in technology. Baka hindi na, baka Jurassic na masyado yung ating previous completed procurement project. So, maaring ma-overtaken already by advances. So, we need to consider that also. Or we can request information from suppliers. So, pwede tayong mag-canvas, visit natin yung mga local suppliers natin. Ano ba yung mga information that they can provide to us? Or may mga specs din issued by relevant government agencies like DTI on the goods, sa goods component. Yung DPWH naman on infra. Yan po pwede. Yung entities that issue technical standards, no, it could either be national or international. Yung sa academe, no, professional and technical associations, yung sa academe, yung mga research centers, meron yan sila, no, yung based sa research, no. And then mga magazines, journals, publications naman ito, no? And lastly, of course, yung sa internet and online resources, yung mga online catalog through Lazada, Zalora, Shopee, yan, mga ganyan. Always pa naman silang may sale, di ba? Parang every month merong sale. So, yun, sometimes doon natin kinukuha, but we must not rely purely on that. Kasi baka super ano din yung mga specifications na nilalagay doon. Okay, na that it will not match our requirements and as well as our estimated budget. So, these are some of the sources na po pwede. But take note that we cannot rely doon sa isang source. We need to conduct really a research, no? And make sure that ito yung pinaka it will fit best the need ng procuring entity. Taking into consideration yung pong ating technology advances. Okay? Yeah. So characteristics of specifications, wala pong hard and fast rule in providing a specification. But a good specification must be clear and unambiguous. Meaning, klaro siya. Anong requirement? You just state it. That's it. It must be consistent, meaning wala kang optional specs. No? Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin, pag wala ito, ito. Kung wala ito, ito naman. Nako, makukonfuse ang ating bidder niyan. Mas lalong mahirapan silang mag-comply doon sa requirements. Doon po sa ating specification. It must be complete, no? To avoid confusion. Competitive, not restrictive, and concise. Okay, so just state it plainly. Ano ba yung requirement? So there are three types of specifications that might apply to goods, infra, and consultancy. Okay? So these three are the functional, performance, and the design specification. When we say functional, it would refer to the purpose, okay, or the use. Performance naman, output or the result. Whereas the design, yung physical attributes, yung features niya, yung size, yung length, yung width, yung mga ganun, yung color, yan. Sa design yan. Okay? Generally, sa specifications for goods, when you say goods, it will also apply to the goods component of infrastructure project and consultancy. Generally, we really prefer yung pong performance and functional. Kasi yung pong sa design kasi, ito yung applicable sa mga off the shelves, mga like yung sa bazaar, no? Like bench, pagka meron silang t-shirt, ang dami mong kapareho na t-shirt na bench. Yung mga off the shelf na goods. So, kumbaga isang tabas lang, mga ganon. Yan yung sa design. Kung ano yung in-order mo, yun yung makukuha mo sa design. But we must bear in mind that hindi naman talaga design ang habol natin. It's the performance and the functionality, because that is what will meet the needs of the requirements of the end user. Okay? Also, when we use functional and performance specification, we shift now the burden to the bidder to really comply, no? Yan. So kasi pag sinabi mong printer, dapat nakapag-print siya ng 100 prints in 1 minute. Now, you can just imagine 100 prints in ang bilis noon, no? So performance yun. So you shift now the burden to the bidder. Okay. Now also we only yung needs lang ang kailangan nating tingnan, hindi yung wants. Kasi yung wants add cost, yung sabi ko kanina, usually it will restrict competition, no? And it will result to wastage of money lang. Kasi once di mo man talaga kailangan siya. Kumbaga parang ano lang, palamuti lang siya. Parang once, yan yung once. So we must balance yung needs and wants. Only the needs, yun lang po yung ilagay natin when we provide for the specifications. Okay? For the services naman, by the way, yung sa goods, it will include yung sa goods component ng infra and the goods component of consultancy. Because these are covered also under the under Section 18 or the reference to brand. Sa services naman, medyo mahirap siya, di ba? Kasi meron siyang tinatawag na tangibility. Kasi, for example, janitorial, ano ba ang inaano mo? Yung paglilinis. Diba? So, how will you now specify? So, ang pwede lang natin gawin is we describe paano ba gagawin yung service. Okay? And then, time, duration, yung response time, yan, ilagay natin. Ilang beses pa dapat niya gawin yan? Saan ba dapat ang lilinisin? Okay. Example. Mga key performance indicator. So, paano natin malaman na acceptable na itong paglilinis niya? Paano malaman na at certain quality? So, tayo po yung magpo-provide. No? Okay? Kasi mahirap siyang i-describe kasi there's an element of intangibility doon po sa services. Okay? Sa infrastructure naman, yung goods component, sabi ko na nga, yung goods component, yung sa materials, of course, meron tayong, we follow yung pong performance, design, and functionality. But we must refer, we could also refer to a particular standard, no? National or international standard. Dito kasi sa scope of work of infrastructure, it will not only cover the materials, kasama yung workmanship, equipments to be used no, in the area, yung soil investigations, yung defining available site facilities, no, responsibilities of the bidder, yung installation and commissioning, yung mga clearances, no, yan, kasama yan scope na ilalagay natin. And we are normally guided by, wala tayong masyado sa infrastructure kasi meron tayong department order, I think department order 97 ng DPWH. Yun yung sinusunod natin when we prepare our scope of work sa infrastructure projects. Pati kasama na rin yun doon yung costing. Doon na yung costing. Okay? Now, for consultancy naman, ito yon, no? Terms of preference ang tawag doon. And it must include the following, no? Background, objectives, scope of work, training, time schedule reports, services and facilities provided by the employer. Now, gusto ko lang siyang i-contrast doon sa services. Di ba meron tayong services yung pinakita ko kanina? Paano pa tayo mag-specify for the services, no? Well, magkaiba po siya. Kasi yung services na nandun sa procurement ng goods, ano yun siya? For routinary services, no? Like janitorial, security, managerial, no? And other analogous services. For consultancy services, these are services that are outside the competence of the organization. So meaning it requires advanced knowledge. It requires expertise, no, that are beyond the capacity of the personnel of the organization. So, paano yung package into terms of preference? So, different siya doon sa services na minention ko kanina. These are consulting services that require advanced knowledge. So, kailangan meron tayong itong components. These are the basic components of the terms of preference. The background would include yung pong rationale, no? O kung meron bang problem or issue. Ano bang problem or issue to be addressed? And then sa objectives naman, ano yung end result? Ano yung output? No? Ano yung magiging outcome? No? And then sa scope of work, ano yung limits? So dapat may limitation din kasi si consultant, gagawin lang niya kung ano yung nakalagay sa bounds ng kanyang contract. Di po ba? So ilalagay natin yung areas covered, ano yung mga required details, no? Ano yung mga phases, okay, or limits. Then sa training naman, kailangan may training program. Kasi we need to transfer technology or the skills to the organic personnel. Kasi dito sa consultancy, walang forever. No? Hindi pwedeng forever nandyan yung consultant. They will only be there for a period kasi kailangan may lipat niya yung knowledge niya doon sa organic personnel. So, meron din sa number 5 yung time schedule and report. So, of course, na doon sa scope of work, makikita na natin yung phases, yung limits, no? So, meron pong mga ano yan, tinatawag na reports between after each completion of each phase, no? So kung na-complete niyo yung isang phase, may report na gagawin. And of course, aside from the report of yung entire consulting package, no? So yun, kailangan yun. And then services and facilities to be provided. Ito naman, for example, yung consultant ay galing sa ibang lugar. So kapag siya ay magbiyahe, pupunta sa inyo, lahat ng reimbursable expenses charge sa inyo. O pagdating sa office, wala siyang lamesa, wala siyang computer, wala siyang aircon, yan. You need to provide for these facilities. Kapag siya ay mag-travel, pupunta siya sa field, kayo yung magpo-provide nun. So dapat naka-integrate yan doon sa terms of reference. Assistance in terms of documents, in terms of additional manpower, office space, office supply. So this has to be agreed. No? Kasi yung terms of reference will become or magiging part siya doon sa contract to be signed by the procuring entity and the consultant. So ito po yung how we provide terms of reference for consultancy. Okay? Okay, so in specifications writing, generally, kailangan natin i-consult yung stakeholders, particularly yung end user. Si end user kasi ang gagawa niyan, baka merong kapareho na item na it will be procured by other end users also, then i-consult niya yung iba. Okay. Like kami sa IT, isang tabas lang yung mga laptop namin kasi isa lang din ang nagkakandak ng procurement for the laptops. Central office lang. Now, if we don't know how to formulate or come up with our requirements, then we can engage services of technical experts. Pwedeng consultants. Yan. So, sa mismong paggawa ng specification writing, maaaring consultancy. Pwede tayong mag-hire ng consultant. Or we can use our TWG. Yan yung in-house, the technical working group. Okay. So, the specifications must be clear and unambiguous. Wala pong reference to brand names kasi bawal under Section 18 and it must be updated and must take into consideration technology. And important there is it must fit the actual requirements of the end user. Ibig sabihin, kung ano yung necessary requirements, hindi lang yung minimum requirements. Okay? So ano talaga yung need? Ano talaga yung necessary for the end user? Okay? What are the tips? Kasi wala naman talagang hard and fast rule, no? Okay? Although may mga sources akong pinakita kanina, no? Tayo kasi yung specify kasi tayo naman yung gagamit, no? So it must be specific and detailed as possible in stating the mandatory requirements. State the requirement of fact only one time and avoid duplication. Explain the intent and purpose of every item, not and also be as flexible as possible without compromising the objective. Ano yung need mo, not how to get what you need. Ano yung need mo, not how you will to get what you need. Look to increase competition, not to reduce it. So these are just tips, no? Kapag you're able to satisfy this some of the tips, then you can be assured that yung specifications mo are really good, no? And it makes the procurement more competitive doon sa ating pong mga bidders. Okay? Yan, knowledge check muna tayo, Ma'am And then tayo ay magbe-break para at least naman kada knowledge check na lang ako magbe-break para at least tuloy-tuloy
Yes,
tayo
sir.
dito. Sige po.
Opo. We can take a break po after this. So we are now down again to our third knowledge check. I hope okay pa po tayo mga moms and sirs. So our question is, technical specifications must be prepared after posting or advertisement. If specifications are not properly prepared, it will be almost impossible to complete the bidding process and award the contract. Is this statement true or false?
Sana tama sila niyan. Expect ko
Opo,
na
sana naman. Mukhang sir, nagbabago pa naman po yung ating bar, no? Para na-reduce po yung isang sagot, tapos yung isang sagot naman po ay medyo lumalaki. So, I think po, nagpapalit pa po ng sagot yung ating mga participants.
Kadi pa sinasubmit.
Sir, I think majority of our participants have already answered po. And their answer or the answer of 84% of our participants is false. Tama po ba yung false?
Ilang percent po yun, ma'am?
85% po.
Yeah. Wow, 85%.
Hmm.
Okay. Tama po yun, yung mga sumagot po ng false. Okay? Siguro baka nagkamali lang ng pindot yung nasa to. But anyway, just to explain lang, kasi concern lang din ako, 15% din sila eh. Now, technical specification must be prepared prior, no? Kasi kung after posting, di pa paano malaman ng ating bidder na yun ang requirement mo? Di po ba? Logic will dictates, no? Na kailangan the text specs must be prepared prior, not after. Kasi kung after ng posting, saka gumawa ng text specs, ano ang magiging basis ni bidder, no? In submitting his tender or proposal. Okay. So the answer is false kasi it must be prepared prior to the posting bago tayo mag-advertise. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you po sa mga sumagot.
Thank you po sa lahat po ng nag-participate sa ating knowledge check. We will be taking another 5-minute break. So let us be back after 5 minutes.
Sige
Thank you po.
Yeah.
Sir? Wait lang po We will check. Okay. I think, sir, unmute na po kayo.
Sige, okay na po, okay na po. Yeah, sige. Sige, let's proceed, no? Para meron pa tayong time para sa open forum, no? I'll try to finish possibly mga 11 plus, no? Sige. Let me share again my screen. Ayan. So, itong green specifications, no? In addition lang to doon sa discussion natin, when we prepare our specification, we need to adapt or integrate yung pong green criteria na tinatawag. The GPPB or the Philippines rather was a signatory of yung pong sa isang treaty or an agreement wherein we support yung pong activities that will further conserve our resources. Ang purpose nun is we preserve our resources now for the next generation. So, to support this, malaking bagay na dapat ring magpalabas si GPPB, no, ng resolution that will require our procuring entities to integrate or adopt yung green specifications or green criteria when they prepare their technical specifications. No? So, as early as 2017, meron na po tayong na-identify na mga 10 commonly supplies and equipment and 10, also another 10 non-CSEs na meron na pong green criteria na tinatawag. We can actually use this, no? Sa Resolution 25-2017. And even other procurement natin, no? Yung mga ibang procurement, if possible, we can already integrate yung pong green criteria na tinatawag. So, bakit itong policy na ito ay pinalabas? Kasi nga sa procurement and economy, tayo yung largest investor, tayo yung nagpo-procure, pinakamalaking entity ang government, no? And therefore, the way the market will move. Na-mention ko kanina, necessary requirements. Kung ano, yun yung isusupply ni bidder or ni supplier. And therefore, we can influence them on how they will manufacture or come up with products and services. So, that since tayo yung pinakamalaking investor, no, tayo yung magdikta. Kaya nga pwede tayong maglagay doon sa ating specifications ng green criteria. So in that case, our manufacturers, no, will also adapt yung pong mga new methodologies in processing their products, no? In a way na hindi na yung masyadong those that will provide harmful effects to the environment. Yan. The use of bleach, yung bleach sobrang sobrang harmful yan sa environment. So, like for example, dito sa toilet paper, bili tayo ng toilet paper. Okay. Yung sobrang puti na toilet paper, alam nyo, sobrang dami din na bleach ang ginamit niyan. One lang yan, isa lang yan sa mga chemicals na ginagamit ng ng mga manufacturing companies. But if you go to procurement service, no, bibili kayo ng toilet paper doon sa procurement service, hindi masyadong puti kasi it's already made of recycled materials. Kasi si procurement service, hindi niya siya bumibili nung sobrang puti. Kasi mayroon na siyang criteria na nilagay na dapat made of recycled materials and may requirement na insofar as yung amount of chemicals to be used in producing certain products. So in that case, diniktahan nila. So kung hindi susunod si manufacturer, ang mayayari po nun, wala siyang kita. Okay. So in that way, Tayo yung nag-provide ng criteria, ng specs. Sumunod sila. So, tayo nga yung nag-influence. Yan po yung green specification. So I hope that ito po ay i-integrate natin sa ating text specs, no, as discussed earlier. Now, what is this purchase request? Ang tanong dito kasi, sino ba ang mauna? Ang purchase request o ang PPMP? The answer is PPMP, of course. Kasi yung PPMP, ginagawa mo yan during your procurement planning effort. Okay? Yung purchase request, kapag tayo ay gusto nang magpabili, the purchase request signals the Bids and Awards Committee to undertake procurement activities. So dapat nauna yung PPMP. Now the question is, pwede bang sabay? Pwede namang sabay. For example, meron kayong item na gustong bilhin. Hindi nyo na-consider before. So gagawa tayo ng supplemental PPMP. Gawa din ng supplemental APP. Okay? Correspondingly, isinabay nyo na yung purchase request. Kung pwede bang ganon? Yes. Pwede naman siyang sabay. Ang ano lang dito is, huwag siyang dapat mauna. Kasi dapat yung procurement kasi must be in accordance with an approved procurement plan. And therefore, dapat isasama mo siya sa iyong procurement plan. Okay? Yan. So punta na tayo sa annual procurement plan. It's just a mere consolidation of the project procurement management plan. Okay? Now, this is the entirety of the procurement activities that will be undertaken by the procuring entity. So lahat po, it includes all types of procurement, goods, infra, and consultancy. Nandyan po lahat, ilagay po natin. No? Kasi kinoconsolidate na natin yan. So yung procurement natin ng commonly used supplies and equipment, kasama rin po dyan. Nandyan po dapat sa APP. Okay, so lahat kasi, goods, infra, and consultancy kasama dito. So it shall be consolidated. So sino mag-consolidate? It's the BAC Secretariat kasi sila yung po-provide ng administrative support. Now, ano yung pinanggagalingan? Yung Project Procurement Management Plan na sinasubmit ni end user. Okay? So, one-year perspective planning, meron pong emergency fund o yung tinatawag na lump sum for foreseeable emergencies. Okay? And makikita rin natin sa APP yung schedule of activities. Okay? Now, this is to be updated and maintained regularly. So, pwede naman siya i-amend. Baka yun yung maaring tanong ninyo. Pwede bang i-amend? Yes, pwede naman. Paano yung frequency? Nakalagay doon, 6 months or as often as may be required by the head of the procuring entity. So, pwede siyang weekly, pwede siyang monthly, pero pangit naman pag daily. It would really appear that you did not plan. Kasi daily, nag-amend ka ng iyong APP. Grabe naman yun. Sobra naman. So, pwede siyang i-amend. Allowed naman. No? Kasi there are things really that we cannot consider at the start when we did our procurement planning effort. Okay? Yeah. So, in consolidating PPMP, ang BAC will adopt a strategy. So, depende po yung pag-package ng similar items, i-group into by lots, no, to afford more competition, no, sa ating pong mga bidders. No? Kung pwedeng ganon, depende po sa Bids and Awards Committee. Take note that yung trabaho ni Bids and Awards Committee, add-on yun. So, kung isa-isahin niya yun, ako, ang hirap naman. Yan na lang yung trabaho ni Bids and Awards Committee for the whole year. Wala na yung regular functions niya. Kaya nga dapat may strategy on what to package into one procurement, no? Yung mga similar items. Okay. Review and updating shall be done regularly, no? At least once every 6 months or as often as may be necessary. So sabi ko, pwede naman siya every week, every month, gano'n. But it will somehow impact your procurement planning activity. Okay? So paano po? Ganito po, kung sa LGU by department, di ba? May department, may office, gano'n. So pwede nyo gawin by department kasi yung buong department, hagip niya. Individual BPMP, consolidate box,
Recording in progress.
sa proposal. Pero dito, kasi may approved budget na, nakalagay sa rules, consistent dapat yung ating procurement plan sa approved budget. So, information on the approved budget must come from the budget officer. So, galing sa budget office, magpo-provide siya ng comments doon sa PPMP, no, ng kada unit. As well as yung magpo-provide siya or magbibigay siya ng kopya. So, and sir, nasa yung budget mo by 2 million. So, kailangan mong mag-reprioritize. So, ipapadala be recommended by the whole. Okay? So, ito po yung consolidating first tips lang ito. You can have your own, you can adapt your own consolidating. Mga ITs, no?
Recording in progress.
whether EPA or not. So ito po yung sample ni GPPB ito, GPPB TSO, no? 8 update na nila, okay, sa 2020. So nandyan po yung PAP, coding, tapos like for example, acquisition of laptops, 38 units, sa isang division, and then agency to agency kasi binili nila sa procurement service. So, ganyan lang po simple ang APP. Okay? No, paano kapag tayo ay gustong gumawa ng supplemental APP? Oh, sino ba ang gumawa ng original PPP? Si end user. So doon pa rin manggagaling sa kanya. And then
Recording in
prescribed by the
progress.
GPPB doon sa kanilang website, meron po siyang parang system are those that are consumed in the day-to-day operations like paper, mga tissue, yun. Yung pinakita ko kanina, yung 10 CSE, yun. Part yun sila doon sa price list ng procurement service. So, for it to be considered as a common use supplies, then it must be included in the price list. Okay? So, ito po yung format niya. In terms of form, magkaiba, no? Doon sa bago ko lang na pinakita. Ito makikita lang natin yung nandiyan na yung item mismo, hindi na tayo maglalagay ng mga tawag nito, yung hindi na tayo maglagay ng specification kasi nandiyan na sila na naglagay. So quantity na lang ang ipasok natin doon sa form na binibigay nila, and then after automatic na siyang mag-compute ng total price for the year and then yung total sa baba, no? Okay. Yan. So, meron lang siyang mga doon, mga instructions na bawal i-delete kasi nga kino-consolidate ito ng PS kino-consolidate niya. Okay? So, merong doon instruction na bawal mag-delete, and normally they will post this in their website, doon sa procurement service website. Okay? So, yan po yung APPCSE. Now, let's proceed with early procurement regime. Okay, so may nakita akong tanong kanina, mahina daw yung signal niya. Pwede bang i-discuss ko yung early procurement regime? Di-discuss ko po talaga. Hindi ko pa siya na-discuss kanina. Ngayon ko pa lang siya i-discuss. Okay? Yung sa early procurement regime, okay? Ano ba yung early procurement regime? This will refer to the conduct of procurement activities from posting of procurement opportunity, no? From the time that we post until mag-recommend tayo ng award. So meaning wala pang award. Okay? So meaning conduct of procurement activities short of award ang tawag dito. So until such time that the BAC will recommend, no, to the hope for award. For goods to be delivered, for infrastructure to be implemented, consultancy to be rendered in the following fiscal year. So meaning to say, next year, di ba? Mayroon na tayong bagong budget. Pero notwithstanding na ito ay 2021 pa lang tayo ngayon, para next year pa i-deliver, no? Kakandak na tayo ng procurement. Okay. By the way, yung legal basis nito, yung pong Resolution 14-2019. Okay? Yan. So, ang kagandahan lang dito, kahit wala pa tayong approved budget, pwede na tayong mag-procure. Okay? Yan. Provided, okay, sagutin muna natin yung tanong, bakit merong EPA or early procurement activities? Ang purpose is early completion of procurement projects. Of course naman, kasi 'di ba, i-relate ko na naman siya sa trabaho ni BAC. Yung trabaho ni BAC, on top 'yan. Designation lang kasi siya eh. So you can just imagine kung ang daming procurement activities na gagawin ni BAC, next year mo pa gagawin. Magkakasabay-sabay lahat 'yan. Why not allow them to do it now? And then next year, you will just award the contract. So, mas maganda, mas mapabilis yung pag-complete ng procurement project. Second is timely implementation. Okay. Ideally kasi, sa simula ng taon, dapat ang gagawin natin, we just disburse the funds, di ba? Now, how can you disburse pag hindi pa tayo nakapag-procure? Tandaan po natin yan. So, therefore, kung nag-early procurement tayo, comes January, we will just award the contract and then start na tayo mag-disburse. Payment na lang kasi magdi-deliver na sila. We will construct the building and so on and so forth. So, mas mapabilis yung implementation ng projects. O ba? Unlike yung pagdating ng budget year, saka ka palang nag-bid, nag-failure pa, nag-rebid ka, nag-failure na naman, so inabot ka ng isang taon, puro failure of bidding lang nakuha mo. Wala kang na-implement na project. Di ba? So, yun yung benefit ng EPA. Mas maganda kung nag-conduct tayo early para next year, diretso na lang tayo mag-award. Then we can effectively manage procurement projects. So, the part of the Bids and Awards Committee, para ma-lessen din yung pressure on the part of the Bids and Awards Committee, na yun na lang ang puro trabaho niya. Back na lang, meeting na lang ng meeting. No? At least ito, ginawa na niya ahead of time. So, ma-manage na niya yung mga subsequent procurement activities. Okay. Now, what is the scope? No? Of course, all ito. Goods, infra, and consultancy. And all procuring entities, whether national, local, state Q, GFI, or government financial institution, and GOCCs. They are covered. Now, as to funding source, all, pati nga po rin assisted kasama. Pwedeng i-conduct through EPA. Yan, di ba? So lahat ng funding source, general appropriations ba, appropriations in ordinance insofar as the LGU and corporate budget sa mga corporations. Okay, tandaan po natin yan. And then, take note that when we refer to a procurement project, it shall refer to a specific or identified procurement which shall be described in detail in the PPMP and in the APP. So I think I've run through that earlier. So pag sinabi nating procurement project, nandun siya sa PPMP at saka APP. At saka nakadetalye siya doon. I mean, it's identified in the procurement plans as such. Okay? Now, insofar as the conduct of the EPA, ano-ano yung mga procurement na pwedeng gawin? Okay? Dalawa lang naman yung procurement modes natin . It's either public bidding or alternative methods of procurement. Well, it applies to both competitive bidding and alternative methods. But there are exceptions. Okay? So please note of the exception. Outside of the exception, we can do EPA. The exceptions, of course, we cannot do EPA kasi exception na nga . So when we say repeat order, hindi siya pwede kasi nga repeat order requires that there was a previous awarded contract through competitive bidding. So hindi ka talaga pwedeng repeat order. Sa shopping naman, yung condition doon is required na walang stock sa PS. That's one. Another one is unforeseen contingency. paano mo nalaman na nagkaroon ng unforeseen contingency? Dalawa kasing klase na shopping. Yung isa unforeseen contingency, yung isa not available at the PS. So, paano mo malaman yun? Na hindi magkakaroon ng stock sa PS or magkakaroon ka ng unforeseen contingency? Pangatlo, emergency cases, negotiated procurement. Paano mo malaman na magkakaroon ng emergency next year? At anong klaseng emergency? Diba? So, logic will tell us, hindi talaga siya pwede, exception siya. Takeover contracts. Well, isa sa mga condition kasi sa takeover contracts, nagkaroon muna ng termination of existing contract. Paano mo malaman na magkakaroon ka ng termination by next year? Hindi mo alam yun. Diba? And lastly, small value procurement. Yung small value procurement, for reasons that small procurements lang, hindi ganun kalaki, kaya nang i-manage ni Bids and Awards Committee, and therefore in-accept siya. Hindi siya sinama doon sa EPA kasi nga maliitan lang naman, and as need arises naman itong small value procurement. Okay, so hindi siya, ito yung mga ito yung 5 that are excluded from the coverage of the EPA. First, repeat order, hindi kasama. Shopping, hindi kasama. Emergency cases, hindi kasama. Takeover contracts, hindi kasama. Small value procurement, hindi kasama. Tandaan po natin yung 5. Now, so, paano ba? Well, pareho lang. Yung regular conduct ng procurement natin, the same pa rin sa EPA. Kung paano yung preparatory activities natin, ganun pa rin, no? Yung cost-benefit analysis. Ito dapat nangyayari ito during procurement planning. Sometime January to June. Ginagawa mo na yan. Procurement planning, market research, visibility, and so on and so forth. Yung EPA kasi nangyayari kapag meron na tayong local expenditure program, which usually happens sometime from July to December. Yan. Now, the APP. The question is, meron tayong APP na requirement. Kailangan approve. Now, what type of APP is this? Kasi dalawang klase yung APP natin. Yung indicative APP at saka yung final APP. For purposes of the conduct of the EPA, what is required is the indicative APP. Okay? So, kailangan yung indicative APP mo approve by the HOPE. Now, saan natin sinasubmit yung indicative APP? Yung indicative APP, for purposes of the LGUs, meron tayong as part ng ating, di ba, yung budget proposal natin, kinoconsolidate maging local expenditure program or the budget documents. Attached to it is the APP. Saan siya sinasubmit? Sa sanggunian. Ayan. But for others, BBM, GCG, yan, sa national and the GOCCs. Okay, knowledge check po muna tayo, Ma'am Kayla, bago tayo mag-proceed.
Yes, sir. So to our participants, welcome to our surprise question. So at this point, may I request the participants to answer through the Zoom chat box. So the first one to correctly answer this particular question via the Zoom chat box with a proper naming convention will receive a special token from the GPPB TSO. So the question is, early procurement activities applicable for procurement projects undertaken through the NP Small Value Procurement. Kindly answer through the Zoom chat box. So while waiting for our technical team to verify the knowledge check winner, our participants may still input your questions for our speaker. These questions are filtered by our technical team and shall be answered during the open forum. So meron na po bang nanalo?
Ako, sumagot na kayo kasi ito ay prize question.
Opo, ito po yung
Meron pong house and lot ito.
and lot na maliit, char.
Yung miniature, no?
Opo.
Care of Ediweng. Lagot ako kay Ediweng.
Ako, sir, naka-Facebook live po tayo.
Eh, anyway, sige, tingnan natin ang mga responses nila, Ma'am Kayla.
I think, sir, we have our winner. And, wait lang po. Before that, sir, most of our participants answered false. Tama po ba yung sagot po na ating mga participants?
Ilan percent po ba, Ma'am?
Based po sa ating poll feature, 78% yung nag-answer ng false.
Okay. Marami pong salamat sa
box,
mga
sir.
sagot. Oo, nung false. Tama po yung sagot nyo, yung false. 78%. Medyo malaki na rin. Passing rate 75, 78. Tama po yun kasi yung small value procurement, hindi po siya applicable. Hindi po applicable ang EPA. Diba? Nakita nyo doon sa exception, emphasize ko na nga except yung EPA mag-a-apply sa competitive bidding at saka sa alternative methods. But there are alternative methods na pasok doon sa exception. No? Kasama doon yung small value procurement. Hindi po siya eligible for the conduct of EPA. So that's why the answer is false. Okay.
Okay, sir, meron na po tayong nanalo. And from Municipality of Rosario, congratulations to Mr. or Miss Rene De Los Reyes. Congratulations po.
Congrats. Meron palang prize yun. No? Anyway.
Yes po.
Sige. Let's proceed muna, Ma'am Kayla. Medyo malapit-lapit na rin ako.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so again, let's go back to our discussion. Congratulations again to the winner. Ito yung mga preparatory activities, no? Yung sa indicative APP, kailangan approve siya, no? Aside from approve, kailangan din siyang i-post sa transparency seal ng agency or in your case sa LGU. Kung wala namang website o na kung saan i-post yung indicative APP, pwede niyong i-post sa conspicuous place designated for the purpose. Okay? Now, tandaan lang natin na yung CAF or Certificate of Availability of Funds, hindi muna siya required. Kasi nga, tandaan natin, wala pang approved budget. Paano naman kayo mag-certify ng availability of funds kung wala pang approved budget? So, it's not required for purposes of the conduct of the EPA. The CAF will only be required the moment there is awarding. So, bago mag-award, meron na tayong final APP, yun, kakailanganin natin yung CAF. But for purposes of EPA, hindi siya kailangan. Okay? And the bidding documents, kailangan, ganun pa rin, no? Ipopost natin siya sa PhilJeps, no? But it must indicate certain information na ito ay ina-undertake under EPA. Now, ano yung mga information na dapat malaman ng bidders, no? Kasi there's that risk, no? Kung ikaw naman yung bidder, may risk, there is that risk involved. Kasi kapag ka nag-EPA, kasi yung agency or procuring entity, there's a possibility na hindi matutuloy yung project. Kasi nga, hindi pa approve yung budget, di ba? Pinapa-approve pa lang natin. What if hindi na-approve yung budget? So kung hindi na-approve yung budget, hindi matutuloy yung project, di ba? So there's that risk involved. And therefore, the bidders will have to know ano ba yung policies insofar as the conduct of the EPA. Like itong rules in the conduct of the EPA, yung fixed price rule, yung extension of the bid validity period of the bid securities, no? Yung eligibility requirements that will soon to mag-expire, kailangan i-renew ni bidder for purposes of award of the contract, no? And earliest delivery. So these are some of the information that must be stated in the bidding documents. For information ito ng bidders kasi they will take really a risk if in case hindi ma-approve yung budget. Okay? Now, procurement timeline. Now, of course, kung paano tayo nag-procure sa regular procurement and the EPA, pareho lang po. No? Pareho lang. No? From posting to recommendation, we observe the same mandatory timelines. It's just that if in case there is a failure of bidding, then pwede tayong mag-rebid. Pwede rin tayong mag-rebid sa EPA. Ganon din. Pero meron pong gap. No? May gap po yan, yung pong 15 days after its declaration of bidding. Or it can also be extended to 30 days. Ang purpose nito is to give time to the BAP to revisit the the previous failed bidding and to check kung tama ba yung requirements, alin ba dapat ang baguhin, i-adjust ba natin ang ABC or not. So, yan, i-adjust. Kaya binigyan ng 15 days bago tayo mag-repeat. Okay? Okay. Now, as soon as the procurement project has been approved, ay yung funding source rather. So, kung approve na yung budget, diba? Yung EPA kasi kinakandak pag wala pang budget, no? Hindi pa approve. Pag na-approve na yung budget, ano ang dapat gagawin ni procuring entity? Ang gagawin ni procuring entity, ipapa-approve niya yung kanyang final APP. Okay? Bakit kailangan ipa-approve yung final APP in accordance or consistent with the approved budget? Kailangan kasi yun yung nakalagay sa rules eh. Yung APP must be consistent always with the approved budget. Okay? Now, bakit kailangan ganon? Kasi yun yung gagamitin mo for purposes of award. Once you award kasi, you already commit a contract. Once you commit a contract, then you must ensure that there's appropriations for the purpose. That's why, kapag na-approve na yung funding source, titingnan natin yung APP natin kung kailangan ba ng changes. Kung kailangan, then we make revisions and then we have it approved. Yan yung tinatawag na final APP. Now, once we have the final APP, the HOPE may approve the recommendation for award or disapprove. Depende po sa kanya kasi meron po siyang Section 41 eh. Yung nasa Section 41, yan po yung reservation clause which allows the HOPE to approve or disapprove an award. Okay? So, pwede siyang mag-issue ng notice of award o pwede siyang mag-disapprove. Kumaga in effect, failure of bidding din siya. Okay. Now, tandaan lang natin yung final APP is to be submitted to the GPPB TSO and it must be posted also in the website of the procuring entity in accordance with section, Executive Order number 662 as amended. Okay, meron po kasing requirement ng posting ng APP. Okay? Yeah. Now, the next struggle that we need or challenge that we need to answer is when to award. That is the question. Kasi dito, sinabi dyan, the HOPE may or may not award. No? May approve or disapprove the award. Diba? So, what are the guide post or guide policy on the part of the HOPE to continue award or not to award? Ito po yun, to award. No? Paano tayo mag-award? Now, tandaan po natin that meron po tayong procurement timeline, di ba? Anyway, I will discuss that later. Yung procurement timeline, kung saan ang sinasabi na meron tayong suspension of the period or tolling of the periods. So meron pa rin tayong procurement timeline. No? Under Section 37, where the HOPE is given 15 days to award or approve or disapprove the award. And then sa Section 38, was it Section 37 pala yung 3 months period, no? And then Section 38 yung pong award or not to award. Now, tandaan po natin that we can award, no, upon approval of the budget. So, GAA ba yan? Reenacted appropriations, appropriations ordinance ng LGU, corporate budget or loan agreement as the case may be. Now, ito po yung dapat tingnan ni HOPE. If in the NEP, in your case kasi LEP, sa National Expenditure Program, in your case it's the LEP or the Local Expenditure Program, the budget proposed is 1 million. So when you conduct the EPA, the ABC is 1 million. Yung lowest calculated bidder, responsive bidder, 1 million din. Yung na-approve sa appropriations, 1 million. So, ang tingnan natin, point of comparison is the approved appropriations with that of the lowest calculated bidder. Kung yung lowest calculated bidder, yung kanyang amount, ay pasok sa appropriations, then you can award a contract. Okay? Conducted under EPA. However, okay, so tama na yun. That is the first rule. However, in the case of re-enacted budget, i-qualify ko lang konti kasi iba yung appropriations, yung bagong appropriations with that of the re-enacted budget. Pag sinabing re-enact, di ba? Re-enact. Kung ano yung budget mo last year, yun yung mauulit this year. Di ba? Yan yung re-enacted budget. Para lang ma-inform tayo. Okay? So yung first na case natin is ganyan, na-approve yung appropriations, we can award. However, yung second rule, if re-enacted budget, walang approved appropriations to. Kumbaga, yung budget mo last year, na ulit lang this year. So kumbaga, kung yung project mo last year ay building, nandun yan sa budget. Okay? Nagawa mo na yung building na yan, natapos na. So what happens kapag ka nagkaroon ng re-enacted budget? So yung budget ng building na yon, ma-re-enact yan this year. The same building. What if, doon sa iyong proposed budget, hindi na building ang pinropose mo? It's a road project. So ang nagkandak ka ng EPA, road project, di mo ba? Road project ang kinandak mo ng EPA. Pero pagdating sa reenacted budget, ang na-reenact na budget ay building. The question is, can you award a contract conducted under EPA? Under a reenacted budget? Wherein, hindi pareho yung project with that of last year na na-reenact this year and that of the EPA? The answer is no. Kasi, yung funding mo is building, yung na-reenact na budget. Pero yung kinandak mo through EPA is road project, which is termed as a new project. Kaya nga sinasabi dito, no? However, in the case of a reenacted budget, the procuring entity may only award the contract for recurring projects and not for new projects. So yung road project na kinandak mo through EPA, walang budget yun sa reenacted budget. Kasi yung na-reenact is yung sa building, di ba? So nakita niyo yung comparison. So for new projects, you cannot award. Ano po natin? For new projects, reenacted budget, you cannot award. Okay. Only for recurring. For example, example ko sa recurring. Okay. Sa last year, meron kayong janitorial services. Okay. Na-reenact siya this year. So meron ka ring budget for janitorial services this year. Nag-EPA kayo, janitorial services last year. The question is, can you award? The answer is yes, kasi the same appropriations yun eh. Generic yung appropriations mo na, anong tawag nito? Janitorial services. Unlike doon sa road project versus the building na reenacted appropriations, ang layo nun, that's entirely a new project. Okay? And therefore, you cannot award kapag ka new project. If it is a recurring project, pwede tayong mag-award. Okay? Yan. Tandaan po natin. Rule number 2. Ito, dalawa na yung na-discuss ko, no? Rule number 2 is, yan, ganun pa rin. If the authorized procurement project has been reduced, imagine yung proposal mo is 1.2. Nag-EPA tayo, 1.2. Yung lowest is 1 million. No? From NEP or from LEP to appropriations, na-reduce siya ng 200,000. But still, kahit na-reduce siya, yung bid amount ni bidder is still within the appropriations. Kaya nga, ang titingnan talaga natin, comparison will be the appropriations and the lowest calculated bid. So kapag pareho yan siya or mas below pa yung lowest bidder, calculated bidder, then you can award. Again, ang exception doon, if it is reenacted budget. Kapag ka-recurring, yes, ang sagot. Kapag ka-new, you cannot award. Kasi new project siya. Okay. Okay. Okay, when not to award. Yung kanina is when to award. Ito, not to award. So, kailan daw hindi tayo mag-award? Okay. Now, if walang pondo na binigay, imagine, mayroon ka nang nanalo na 1.3 million, yung lowest calculated responsive bidder. Hindi naman in-approve yung appropriations. Ini-slash nung local sanggunian. So, in that case, walang budget. So, you don't award. Or na-reduce. And then yung reduction falls short of the lowest calculated responsive bidder. So in this case, sa baba, 900, naging 800 na lang. Sino ba namang contractor or sino ba namang supplier ang tatanggap? 800,000 lang yung budget. 900 yung binid ko, di ba? So hindi niya tatanggapin. Okay. And of course, yung hindi tayo mag-award kapag new projects. Yan, always ko paulit-ulit yan. Yung new projects, hindi tayo mag-award. If it is a reenacted budget. Kasi pag reenacted budget, then wala siya sa budget. No? Yung INEPA natin, wala siya sa reenacted budget. Okay? Yan. So, another also is when not to award is kung mag-exercise si Hope ng kanyang reservation clause. Okay? Kung nakita niya that the procurement project will no longer redound to the benefit of the government, then po pwede niyang i-exercise yun. In effect, it's a failure of bidding. Okay, so po pwede po. But tanda lang natin, pagka in-exercise ni Hope itong Section 41, kailangan niyang isoli or kailangan nating isoli yung binayad ni bidder, yung pinambayad niya na bid docs fee. Yan, isoli natin yun. Okay? Not to the detriment naman sa bidder, no? Kasi meron siyang chance to recover yung kung ginastos niya pambayad ng kanyang bid docs fee. Okay. Now, also another rule is if in case ito ay transferred funding, may approved GA na pero wala pang funding na na-transfer. For example, no, from DA Central Office to DA Regional Office. So kailangan ililipat niya yung funding from DA National Office to DA Regional Office, for example. So in that case, hindi pwedeng mag-a-award si Hope kapag hindi niya natanggap yung mismong funding allocation. Yung tinatawag na SARO or the Special Allotment Release Order or sub-allotment release order. So dapat makuha niya yan bago siya mag-award. Okay. So ano na lang ito, procedural na lang. Meron tayong tinatawag na tolling of periods. No? Sa Section 37, yung 15-day period at a 3-month period to complete procurement process nasa Section 38 naman yan. So kapag nag-EPA tayo, recommend na tayo for award, hindi pa makapag-award si Hope kasi nga wala pang approved budget. So yung period of time between yung pong recommendation for award until the effectivity of the new appropriations, that is considered as a suspended period or tolled period. Okay? Kikita natin yan sa next slide. Okay? Just for info lang, yung pong period will begin to run the moment the budget becomes effective. And so therefore, pagka nag-run na yung period, the Hope is just given the remaining balance. No? Only the remaining balance. Sa next slide siguro, meron niyang yung sample timeline. Okay? So dito makikita, nagkaroon ng bid opening noong September 22. Okay, take note that bid opening until award, it must be 3 months, no? To complete procurement process, 3 months yan. So, dapat from bid opening to award, dapat 3 months, no? So, in this case, nagkaroon ng recommendation noong November 4. Of course, from November 4 until January 1, yung January 1, ideally, yan yung effectivity ng budget, di ba? Ideally, di ba? Ideally. No? So, kung within that period rather, wala pang approved budget, and therefore, that period is considered tolled or suspended. So, hindi natin bibilangin yan for purposes of counting the 3 months period. So if we count na ang naubos niya ay 43 days na from bid opening to back recom. Okay? Now, if ever, for example, effective January 1st, meron na kayong budget. So the period will run again. Kaya nga, yung remaining days will be 47 to complete procurement process and 15 days for purposes of awarding. Okay? Itong 15 days, yan na yung section 37. Itong 47 days, yan yung remaining balance under section 38. Yun pong to complete procurement process. Okay. So yan, at least klaro po dyan sa atin pong diagram, no? Na meron tayong tolling of periods. No? So yung period na yon ay considered suspended. Okay. So yan, ito po yung explanation. The Hope will now have 17 calendar days to complete procurement process. No? So until, kailan po yan? Yung February 17. But for purposes of awarding, meron lang siyang 15 days from the effectivity of the ordinance. And that is January 16. Okay? So yan po yung explanation doon sa kabilang slide. Yan, last knowledge check po tayo bago po tayo mag-proceed with our last topic.
Yes, sir. We are down to our final knowledge check and we are back to using the poll feature to answer our KC question. And the question on the topic of EPA is, in the case of reenacted budget, the PE may also award the contract for new procurement projects undertaken through EPA. Is this statement true or false? In the meantime, I would like to remind our early bird winners and knowledge check winners to please send their complete details to our event secretariat so we may be able to ship our token directly to you. I think also our event secretariat through Mr. Marky Duetes have sent a direct message to our winners, so kindly reply directly na lang po. I think, sir, we have our majority who answered our poll question and 85% have answered false. Tama po ba to, sir? For a while, sir, I think may technical difficulty lang po.
Okay. Yan.
Ayun.
Yan. So, 85% answered false. Thank you sa lahat ng mga sumagot. But ang tama po ay false. Tama po yun, no? False po ang kasagutan kasi sabi ko kanina, pag new project, tapos reenacted budget, hindi po tayo mag-award. Diba? Ilang beses ko po yan in-emphasize. Kapag ka new project, reenacted budget, hindi tayo mag-award kasi nga, yung sa reenacted budget, wala yan siya doon. Reenacted nga eh. Di ba? Reenacted. Tapos bagong project siya. Ibig sabihin, wala talaga siya sa reenacted. So anong funding source ang pagkukunan mo? Di ba? So yan lang po yung simple na explanation niyan. So, false po ang tamang sagot. Anyway, I hope nagkamali lang ng pindot, yung 15%. Anyway, sige po. Let's proceed with the last subject matter or topic. Ito pong simplified posting and electronic submission of procurement reports. Okay? So meron po tayong mga reportorial requirements. Kanina pa ulit-ulit ko na mention, saan isasubmit ang final APP? Sa GPPB TSO. Okay? Yan. So kailan ba sinasubmit ang final APP? Ideally, yung budget will take effect January 1st, di po ba? So kailangan, by January, meron na tayong final APP. So ang deadline as provided sa atin pong rules, isasubmit natin yan pa rin kay GPPB. Now, kailan? Ang nakalagay po sa rules, July. Okay? So meaning a month after the semester. Okay? Now, how about the second semester? Well, a month after the semester will be January of the next year or the following year. Yan po yung ating updated APP. For the second semester. Which will detail yung pong mga actual procurement that we have undertaken. Okay? So meron tayong tinatawag na procurement monitoring report. And when is this, kailan ba ito dapat isasubmit? Semestral din, no? And the deadline, as indicated, meron pong specific date. Nakalagay po sa rules, July 14. Okay? So, not later than 14 days after the end of the semester. So, if it's per semester, July 14, kung second semester, January 14 of the next year. So, so ilan na yun? Yung first is the final APP. Yung second is the updated APP, which is semestral. Okay? And the third is the procurement monitoring report, which is also semestral. Meron pa po pang-apat. Ano yung pang-apat? Yan po yung approved APCPI or the Agency Procurement Compliance and Performance Indicator. Yun na yung na-mention ko kanina, yung result doon na yung 50% accounts to poor planning. O yan. Meron pong tool ang GPPB niyan. Yung pinaka-latest is the 2017 version. So you can also download that in the website of the GPPB. Now, ang tanong, kailan dapat isubmit? Okay. First quarter of the next year or the following year. So yung pong lahat ng procurements na ginawa natin sa immediately preceding year, i-assess natin using the APCPI. And the APCPI results will be submitted to the GPPB first quarter of the succeeding year. Okay? So apat po yan, ang requirement, tandaan po natin. Now, ang tanong is, paano natin isubmit? So, meron po tayong GPPB Resolution 11-2020, which now mandates the procuring entity to submit the reports, yung APP, PMR, updated APP, through electronic format. Electronic format in two ways, dalawa yun, ang format niya rather is in Excel and in PDF. Dalawa. O bakit may Excel tapos may PDF pa? Now, yung Excel kasi, para mabilis, ma-maneuver, ma-check kaagad, no? Yung laman. Ang PDF naman, to counter-check yung laman ng Excel. Yung Excel kasi, pwedeng i-edit. Yung PDF, hindi. Di ba? So, dalawang format ang pag-submit. Electronic mail na yan. Hindi na tayo nagsasubmit ng manual. Gastos lang po yan. Imagine, mag-print ka pa. Yung ink ng printer, yung pagpadala mo pa sa GPPB through courier, mahal pa yun. Magkano ang bayad nun? Ilan tayo nagsasubmit sa GPPB? Ang dami natin. So, tinanggal na yan ni GPPB. They use now the online platform as a facility for the submission of our report. So, wala na masyadong gasto. Through email na lang. Yan. Na, yung report nandyan. Plus, may dagdag, may dagdag. Yung reports na sinubmit natin, magdadagdag tayo ng certification. Okay? Ano itong certification? Certification on the posting of the APP or the PMR signed by the Back Secretariat. Bakit naman kailangan nating mag-certify na na-post na ito? Because dati, no, before Resolution 11-2020, it is the GPPB who post our report. Saan nila pinapost? Doon sa kanilang website. This time, hindi. The burden is now shifted to the procuring entities. It will no longer be GPPB who will post the reports. Di ba, nagsasubmit tayo ng report. Pero, for the purpose lang yun, para makita ni GPPB that you have complied with the requirement. But not for the purpose of posting. Okay? Kasi ang magpo-post ngayon will already be the agencies concerned. Di ba meron kayong website? O kung wala kayong website, meron kayong conspicuous place. doon nyo ipopost. Now, in order for GPPB to know that these documents are already posted, you will issue a certification. Yan na po yung certification on posting. Okay? Be signed by the back secretariat head. Now, on the part of the GPPB, ang ipopost na lang nila will not be the report but the list of agencies, the list of compliant agencies. Okay? So, sikat yung agency mo doon. Kung compliant ka, ililista ka nila. Now, ginagamit yan para sa pambayad ng eligibility eligibility for the grant of the performance-based bonus. Sa national, meron kami, but meron din ata sa LGU before yung performance-based bonus. So, sino yung makapag-comply, ipopost yun ni GPPB yung listahan ng compliant agencies. But not the reports. No? The reports will not be posted by the GPPB. Rather, only it is the agency who will post it in their website and at any conspicuous place designated for the purpose. Okay? So, I think that's the end of my presentation. I hope meron po tayong mga nakuha na important details. Should you have any question, we are now open to answer it. I hope masagot ko lahat.
Yes, sir. All right. That ends our discussion proper for today's learning session. That was again Director Mark Louis Martin of the Department of Budget and Management, Regional Office 9. Again, thank you very much, sir, for leading an in-depth discussion on procurement planning and budget linkage. Of course, I also like to thank our participants for actively participating in our knowledge check portions and to our knowledge check winner. To proceed with the open forum, please be reminded that questions are initially gathered from the Zoom chat box and from our Facebook Live comment section. These are filtered and categorized as our speaker shall only be answering the questions related to our learning session. Nevertheless, rest assured that all questions you have raised and we are received are documented and shall form part of our frequently asked questions. Once again, let us have a resource speaker, Director Mark Louis Martin. Let us have our first question, please. Sir, for our first question, pwede po bang example or makahingi na example ng market study?
Hello po, thank you for the question. Wala pong sample na market study. Wala pong hard and fast rule on how to do this. Kasi market study is just gathering data, no? Or information from our reliable sources like kung ano yung nasa market, pwedeng internet, pwedeng ano. So wala po siyang specific format. And if you look at sa ating pong rules, kaya sabi ko wala masyadong nakasulat nito, kaya binibigyan tayo ng flexibility, no? Because it is us who identify our needs. So wala po siyang sample. And thank you, Ma'am Kayla.
Thank you po. For our next question, paano po ang multi-year contract para sa consulting services? Paano po yun ilalagay sa APP?
LGU itong natin, participants now.
Yes, sir. LGU, sir.
Yung services kasi, rather, yung multi-year contract kasi, if the agency will cover more than 1 year, no? Kapag ka more than 1 year ka, kumbaga tatawid ka ng ibang taon, kailangan mo ng multi-year anong tawag nito? Multi-year contracting arrangement rather. Yan yung previous na MAYOA. But I already mentioned that earlier na for the LGU kasi, meron tayong word doon na ginamit yung equivalent document. Now the question is, what is this equivalent document? Okay? So, well, kung yung equivalent document would pertain to a resolution approved by the Sanggunian, the resolution ka, no? So yun. Pero in general ang sabi ko, kung continuing appropriation siya, then you might not need a MICA because if it is continuing appropriations, the funding for will continue until the project is completed. Na-mention ko kanina. Now, ang tanong ni dito is paano ba siya ilagay sa APP? Ang na-mention ko kanina, part doon sa tips in preparing the APP, if it is covered by a MICA or equivalent document. Okay? I will presume no na itong tanong ay this is covered by a MICA or an equivalent document. No? So if in case it is covered by a MICA or an equivalent document, but for the LGU kasi, hindi natin alam anong equivalent document. Depende po yan doon sa LGU. Okay? Ilalagay po natin yun sa first year of implementation, yung pong buong amount. Okay? Yung pong buong amount ng covered ng MICA. And then we will just indicate yearly, and even yung sa first year of implementation, the amount to be funded for the first year. Then sa next year, mag-indicate na naman tayo ng remarks na this portion is for the second year nung pong MICA. Ganun po siya. Okay? So, kasi kailangan ilagay natin yon kasi baka magtaka tayo, bakit parang sobra yung ang dami nating ginagastos pero kukunti lang yung pinrocure natin. For purposes of MICA, one time lang kasi tayo mag-procure. Kaya nga pinapalagay lang siya doon sa APP for transparency purposes na nandun siya na this is covered by a MICA. Ganun lang. No? So yun, ang presumption ko dito, meron na siyang MICA or that equivalent document, no? Authorizing yung multi-year contract. Okay, tandaan po natin yan. Okay.
Yes po,
Nandun po yun
malinaw
sa
na
tips.
malinaw, sir.
Nandun po yung sa tips nung okay. On how to include yung kapag MICA in the APP.
Yes po. Nag-thank you na po, sir, yung nagtanong. Malinaw na
Okay.
po. Thank you po. So, for our next question, for PPMP milestone with regards to shading instead of inputting dates, the shaded part will only refer to when will the end user need the material or should there be a legend noting so?
Yung milestone kasi, mas maganda kapag ka-shade nyo. Kasi it will give, for example, month of October. Kumbaga, yan yung intention ni end user unit na dyan sa mangyayari sa month na yan. No? Mas maganda yun kapag ka-shade nyo yung buong month kasi it will give certain flexibility on the Bids and Awards Committee to prepare ahead. Ito pala yung schedule na gusto ni end user unit. Okay? Now, kapag maglalagay kayo ng date, okay, yan yung kumbaga specific nilagay mo doon. Okay rin naman yun. Okay rin naman yun. Wala namang problema. Pero much better kasi that you will use yung dates na yon doon sa mismong APP. Kasi sa mismong annual procurement plan, meron tayong indicative dates doon for advertisement or posting, submission, award of contract, meron doon. Okay? But for purposes of the PPMP, mas maganda kapag isi-shade mo lang siya yung month, no? For example, October or October to November para it will give flexibility. Take note that before magpo-procure or magkakandak ng procurement activities ni si Bids and Awards Committee, kailangan pa rin ng purchase request. Hindi kasi gagalaw si Bids and Awards Committee pag walang purchase request. So indicative lang talaga yon yung shading doon. So mas preferred na kami mas okay sa amin na i-shade. It will give flexibility to the Bids and Awards Committee. Okay?
Yes, sir. For our next question, as stated, there should be an indicative APP for early procurement. What if the appropriation from the DBP loan or foreign grant is to be approved or on process pa lang? Can we do an early procurement?
Okay. Ito naman pagka nag-loan sila sa land bank. Tandaan po natin no na yung pong proposed budget rather, or the local expenditure program, hindi pa po approve yun. But you already proposed it. Pinropose nyo na, and then yun yung baging basis ninyo sa pag-prepare ng indicative APP for purposes of the EPA. Wala tayong problema doon. Now, ang tanong is, what if nag-loan kayo sa DBP? Hindi pa approve yung loan. So, hindi nyo alam kung kailan ma-approve yung loan. Now, tandaan po natin that notwithstanding na loan siya or foreign grant siya, sinasama pa rin natin yan sa atin pong appropriations. Di ba? Kapag ka nag-loan tayo, gagawa pa rin tayo ng budget for the purpose. Di ba? So, kung hindi pa approve yung loan, wala tayong source, funding source, for purposes of preparing a supplemental budget. Di po ba? Hindi po tayo pwedeng, di ba, hindi contingent yung EPA natin dun sa approval ng loan, provided that nandun siya sa proposed budget na in-include na ninyo. Which, take note, bago tayo makagawa ng proposed budget, meron kang funding source. Now, if DBP can, sasabihin ni DBP, kahit in process pa yung inyo pong loan, pwede na silang mag-assure na this will be given to you. Kung paperworks na lang ginagawa, then they can show a certification na maibibigay yung loan sa inyo for the purpose of sourcing out your budget, then gawa kayo ng budget. Okay? Proposed budget. So kung meron tayong proposed budget, doon naka-contingent yung ating indicative APP for purposes of early procurement. Hindi doon sa loan. Okay. So tandaan natin, no? Kasi sa budgeting process kasi natin, kahit anong source, no? Kung source siya from a loan, for example, papasok pa rin yan sa budgeting natin system. Okay? Hindi po yung loan kaagad gagastusin natin. Hindi. I-appropriate nyo pa rin yan. No? So, dadaan siya sa ating pong budget cycle. If you fill up natin yung budgeting forms, then from there, gumagawa tayo ng indicative APP. Hindi po yung loan mismo gagastusin natin. It must have an appropriations cover. Okay. Kapag ka foreign grant naman, agreement, no? Kung anong nakasaad inyo pong foreign grant, should it pass through the process of budgeting, or should it use different rules, no? So depende po doon sa agreement. Okay, lang natin, meron pong indicative APP bago tayo mag-early procurement. Now, dito, if pinoprocess pa yung loan, para sa akin, wala siyang bearing eh. Ang tanong doon, meron ka ba proposed appropriations for that? Kung wala, then hindi tayo pwede mag-early procurement. Kasi ang requirement, meron tayong proposed appropriations. Kumbaga, when there's that budget pending already with the Sanggunian, for example, for their consideration. Okay?
Thank you so much for that detailed explanation, sir. Let us move along to our next question. What if kung na-approve ay less than the LCRB?
I think nasagot. Di ba yung 900,000 yung LCRB? Tapos yung in-approve na budget, 800,000. Anong gagawin mo? Kung ikaw yung bidder, tatanggapin mo yung award? Itatanong ko sa nagtanong dito. Okay? Di ba? Klaro yun. I think klaro yun doon. Na kung lower talaga, hindi pwede. Kasi kung ako naman yung bidder, bakit ko tatanggapin yan? Nagbid ako ng 900, tapos babayad mo sa akin only 800. Hindi ko talaga tatanggapin. So, hindi tayo mag-award. Okay? Sige po.
Yes, sir. I think nga po
May chat na pala
Explain
dito.
na po to in detail kanina. For the next
Okay.
question, what if the EPA is for a big event for an LGU, say January 12, which needs a bidding process and no appropriation ordinance was approved yet in time of the activity? Do we just resort to reimbursement? We don't award the project to the bidder?
Di ko siya masagot ng direct, no? Kasi, una, yung EPA kasi is for specific procurement activities lang. Hindi po lahat, okay? Hindi po lahat ng procurement activities ay covered ng EPA. Di ba meron tayong exceptions, yung 5? Tandaan yung 5? So if it will fall under the 5, hindi mo talaga siya EPA. Di ba? So kaya hindi ko siya masagot kung ano bang klaseng project ito. Okay? So it depends mainly on the mode of procurement that will be adopted. Okay? Hindi po kasi big event or small event, hindi po ganon. Ano ba ang mode of procurement na in-adopt ng LGU? And from the mode of procurement, that is where you will know kung pwede ba yung EPA or hindi. Okay? Kasi pagka, whether big or small event yan, if it will fall under small value procurement, hindi ka pwede mag-EPA. So small value mo siya, di ba? Which is an exception to the conduct of the EPA, yung rules on EPA. So depende po, no, sa mode of procurement. Yung conduct
Thank you again, sir. We're down to our last question, sir, for the open forum. And the question is, what if kung ang nag-purchase kami ng second quarter kaso na doble na pala yung price? Is it okay na konsumo na namin ang kabuoang budget hanggang fourth quarter? Pero yung quantity, inakma pa rin namin hanggang second quarter. Yung costing lang ang nagalaw.
Well, kung gano'n naman, kung medyo sobra talaga yung inflation na lumaki, then you need to adjust your APP. Talaga ni end user unit with the help of the TWG na talagang tumaas yung presyo. So talagang hindi nakakayanin yung quantity, no? Nung as provided sana. Good for 100. Hindi na kasi nadoble na yung presyo. 50 na lang. Okay? So ang gagawin nyo, mag-amend kayo ng PPMP. Correspondingly, that will have a change in your APP. Kailangan yung itugma yun. Kasi nga, sabi ko nga, your PPMP, APP, and the budget should always be consistent. Okay? Dapat consistent siya doon. Kasi kung hindi nyo babaguhin yun, baka hahanapan kayo ng auditor. Di ba nakalagay dito for this amount, 100 items. Bakit 50 lang to? Paano nyo i-explain yun? Diba? Mahirapan kayong i-explain sa COA. No? Red flag yun. Kita yun ng COA. Eh, baka nag-overprice kayo. Bakit 50 lang ito? So, kailangan yung baguhin. So, anything, kasi di ba ang rule natin under Section 7, no procurement shall be undertaken unless it is in accordance with the approved annual procurement plan. So, you make necessary changes sa inyong annual procurement plan. Yun po. So, changes insofar as the price, sa quantity, lahat basta may changes doon sa mismong procurement plan. Yung mode of procurement, or change mismo nung project, procurement project or procurement transaction, that can also be done. That is considered as a change in the procurement plan. So, pwede nating baguhin yun. Just to make it consistent para later on hindi tayo ma-red flag doon sa or ma-findings ng ating pong mga auditors. So, yeah. Okay?
Yes, sir. Okay. If you have more questions, you may still ask them out by visiting slido.com. And all you have to do is just type in the event code #governmentprocurementph, to which the GPPBTSO will answer through an issuance or through FAQs. At this point, we would like to thank again our resource speaker, Director Mark Louis Martin, for graciously accepting our invitation and providing a very detailed explanation and attention to the concerns and questions raised by our participants for today's learning session, and to our participants who have actively participated throughout the course of our program. Thank you all very much. Now, before we proceed to the final reminders, allow me to provide a recap of today's learning session. Today, we had an entire session on procurement planning and budget linkage, including early procurement activities, where we had a comprehensive discussion on the importance of conducting proper procurement planning as a precursor to procurement, as well as understanding why we have to plan and conduct a market study in the first place. We also had a profound discussion on the contents of the PPMP and the APP. Last and not the least, we also tackled upon early procurement activities and its importance of conduct. Today's sessions are led by our resource speaker, Director Mark Louis Martin. Once again, we do hope that you were able to have a deep dive into this learning session on procurement planning and budget linkage, including early procurement activities. For our final reminders, please accomplish the participants' daily attendance form by visiting the link provided by our event secretariat through the Zoom chat box. Rest assured that all information gathered for this online training shall be treated with utmost confidentiality consistent with the provisions of the Data Privacy Act. For tomorrow's session, please be reminded that the program shall start at 8 o'clock a.m. And we would like to request everyone to log in Zoom at least 10 minutes before the program. Please also be advised that we shall be using Zoom platform tomorrow, which credentials are flashed or sent to your respective emails by your event secretariat. Finally, may we request everyone to please switch on your cameras to commemorate this learning session with our resource speaker, Director Mark. On my count, let us have our first shot. Yes po, I think there's a concern.
Check attendance na ito. Check attendance na ba ito, Kayla?
Yes po. Para din po makita natin yung mga beautiful and gwapo nating mga participants. Okay, at my count po, 1, 2, and 3. For the second page, 1, 2, and 3. And for our last page, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, thank you so much to our participants, and that concludes the second day of the online training for the Municipal Local Government Units on Government Procurement Reform Act, or the RA number 9184, 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations. On behalf of the GPPBTSO, this has been your facilitator, Kayla Tionco. Thank you all very much, and see you again tomorrow. Thank you so much po, and happy lunch.
Happy lunch. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, RD Mark.
Thank you, RD Mark.
Thank you, Ma'am Jo. Thank you. Check ko muna
Thank you,
schedule kung
participants.
okay.
Yes po.
Parang conflict.